not been Chad's Family's month. We haven't. So hopefully next month.
I was telling Virginia, we went up to the cabin and there you can see all kinds of
It is
stars.
5:30, and we are calling the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garola?
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa? He is in the... Councilmember Peñalosa?
He's there.
He's here.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe?
Here.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Here.
Mayor Flores?
Here. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing that there are none, we will now go into closed session. City Council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before council in closed session. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators, Property APN 302-110-077. Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Tulare County Junior Livestock Show and Community Fair under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators, Property APN 260-213-022, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and 50 West Olive LLC under negotiation terms and price. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators, Property 109 Northeast Street, Space 19, Porterville, California. Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and NALO PBE Investment LLC under negotiation terms and price. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases, staff's report.
Thank you. It is 5:33, and we will go into closed session. It is 6:38. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session. Anything to report?
She's. No, she's.
There's nothing, City Attorney, there's nothing to report, is there? I didn't think so.
One moment, we're having a technical difficulty because we can't hear you.
Well, we can hear you on this.
Okay, I think so.
Everybody on Zoom?
Oh, there you are.
Okay, we
There
can-
you
we-
are.
we got you
Thank-
back.
Thank you very much.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to lead us in an invocation? If not, please join me for a moment of silence in honor of U.S. Representative John Lewis, who passed away on July 17th. Condolences and sympathy go to his family and all who have been affected as he began his eternal life journey. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for any of the public hearings or on items 13, 14, 15, 16, which are the public hearings, please hold your comment until then. When that item comes up, you will be given the opportunity to speak at that time. And please remember that when you do come up in oral communications, to state your name and give your address, please. Thank you so much, and that's for the record. Is there anyone that would like to come forth for oral communications?
Hi, Greg Shelton, 88 North Williford Drive. I'm going to speak on item 19. It's the ordinance, the text of the ordinance. I want to thank the attorney for fixing a couple things that I brought forward last time I was here. I've got something here. I'm going to read it, part of what we fixed. If Julia can hear this or not. It says premises means the designated structure or structures and lands specified in the application that is owned, leased, or otherwise held under the control of the applicant or licensee where the commercial cannabis activity will be or is conducted. That looks great. The next sentence, a little clunky, it says the premises shall be a contiguous, and I think that was a piece of a sentence, and what it's intended to say is that you can't have a premises, and then another premises, and be on the same license. They have to be adjoined. So I actually wrote a line up here that I'm suggesting you might want to put in its place. It says the premises shall be located upon 1, a specified parcel of land, 2, a specified portion of a parcel of land, 3, a specified collection of contiguous parcels of land, or 4, a specified collection of contiguous portions of parcels of land. And what that really does, it really just says, listen, on a parcel, that's fine. If you're going to do it on a building on a parcel, that you have to identify it, that's okay. If you're going to do it in a mini mall and you want to use 1 or 2 Sweets, that's okay. The way it is right now, I mean, it'll work, but it's just a thought. The other good thing about that Julia fixed on this is it's in section 2263. It's what I call a backstop. Whereas that section clarified that we could have in mini malls and such like this section says, if more than one cannabis business operator on the premises, each person shall be responsible for paying the tax. This section shall not be construed to authorize the operation of more than one cannabis business on the premises if otherwise prohibited by city regulations. So what she did here, which is good, it says, listen, we can do this, but we don't have to do this. And the city council gets to make the call. So I'm going to hand a couple of these. I want you to look at them, see what you think. Here you go, Mr. Wallace. I know I haven't got much time, so I'm going to move on. On the same item 19, we're getting kind of crunched for time in terms of like before the election. And I have here, this city council should choose the applicants who will be awarded the first legal cannabis dispensary permits to be issued in the city of Porterville. I think you guys did all the heavy lifting. You guys are the ones that approved it. You're the guys that should pick the winning applicants. If we wait too long on this deal, then the next council might pick it. They may kind of undo what you wanted done. They might open it up even more. But I feel like you should be the ones that pick it. So I'd like to move it on maybe before the thing. Again, on item 19, consideration of placement of measure on November 3rd, 2020 ballot to consider cannabis-related excise tax. I got here. The city should arrange for a public relations campaign to inform the citizens of Porterville of the intent, benefits, and potential ramifications of the proposed ballot measure. Basically, this is a tax. We have nothing set up to tell the citizens why we're asking for a tax. I'll help. I'll take the lead, whatever. But we need to tell people we're doing. And same for item 20 on the transit occupancy tax, because otherwise people are just going to see a tax. And if they don't know what it's about, they may vote no. So we only have 3 months to kind of get them up to speed. Last is item 21 about the fireworks. It says in here, due to a variety of factors, conjectured to include societal effects of the current COVID pandemic, as well as potential organized crime distribution, jurisdiction across the state and nation saw a significant increase in illegal firework activity. I found that interesting, but to sit there and say, well, we're going to do away with safe and sane because organized crime is bringing in unsafe and insane fireworks. It's the same argument for, well, somebody had a gun and shot somebody. I think I'll take legal owners' guns away from them, and that'll cure everything. It doesn't work. To me, it's the same as saying, well, gee, if we just outlaw swimming, no one will drown. It's not going to work. So, you know, to punish somebody who's just doing sparklers because of somebody else, you're not going to get anybody. You're just going to create a whole bunch of, you know, criminals out of people who are just trying to enjoy their 4th of July. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater is my point there.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forth under oral communications?
Rod Neely, address on record. On item 21, it has more to do than just organized crime. It has to deal with triggering PTSD in veterans and violence survivors. It has to do with the safe treatment of our pets and animals. Fortunately, year to date, Tulare County only has 16 suicides. That can go up when you trigger a veteran's PTSD, or he can actually go out on a violent rampage and start killing people. It's happened. There's been loud booms in a grocery store, and a veteran has picked up big items in a grocery store and started throwing them at people. There's several articles out there on coping with fireworks if you're a veteran. You take a lot of these veterans that didn't choose to go in the military. They got a nice little letter from their president on behalf of their neighbors and friends that We damaged them. So why should they change their life patterns because somebody wants to fire fireworks? And that person got damaged protecting, so there's a lot more to it.
In the fireworks issue, I fully support the enforcement against illegal fireworks, but agreeing with a former speaker that taking away the legal fireworks, to me, it doesn't seem like it's the right argument. And almost all of the organizations, we had illegal fireworks before that, we've had illegal fireworks during that, and we have, I know, crazy illegal fireworks now. But I'm really not convinced that we're fixing the right problem. But my main concern is it takes money away from our kids' programs, that there's no place else to get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Seeing that there are none, then do we have any that have come in that need to be read?
We have quite a few. Yeah.
Thank you.
First is from Gabriel Griego. Ban fireworks within Porterville city limits, period. Thank you in advance. Next is from Carol Gable. Hello, fellow community members. I am totally against the sales or use of fireworks within the city limits. On July 4th, 2020, I stayed home in fear of the dry grass or the house catching fire. We had some hot coals from someone's fireworks land in the street and rolled inches away from our dry grass in the front yard by the mailbox. We had another firework land on our roof and fall onto our cement walkway the next morning. I heard it hit the roof. Thankfully, it did not catch our roof on fire. Allowing use of fireworks within our city limits makes it harder to protect our property and hold anyone accountable for disastrous events of property or life loss. While it may be a way for organizations to raise money, there are other ways for them to do that without risking fire damages that are catastrophic. I say, why risk it? Sincerely, Carol and Gable. Next is from John Coffey. Please read the attached comments. Okay. My comments tonight are directed to item 21 on tonight's agenda. First, as a veteran who has PTSD, I want to thank you for starting the process of banning fireworks within the city limits of Porterville. It is easy for people to talk about how they support veterans, but it takes real leadership to do something for veterans. Tonight, you can show that leadership. I know that you will have pushback from some who will say that they need to sell fireworks to support their organization. I ask, how did they support their organizations before the city legalized fireworks several years ago? As recently as last night, Saturday, July 18th, 2020, there were still fireworks being discharged in my area. This has been the worst year by far, but people have really gotten carried away with the firework. The fire and police department do the best they can, but people need to be aware of the harm they are doing to others. Now then, I hope that the city, when it's safe to do so, will continue with the Porterville fireworks show. I have a choice to either attend or not. Like many veterans, I know what triggers my PTSD: large crowds and or loud, unexpected noise. As a human being, I'm lucky because I can ask my city leaders for help, think about our pets that can only tremble in fear and look to us for help, comfort, and safety. In closing, please, when you do take action on item 21, vote to direct staff to move forward drafting an ordinance to ban fireworks in Porterville, put some teeth in the ordinance, and help the proper department enforce it. Thank you for your time and attention. John Coffey, Porterville. Next is from Keith Kiziar. Council members, as a resident of the city of Porterville, I wanted to address the city council. It is my understanding that the council may consider banning all fireworks, 4th of July type. I would like to express my disfavor of the idea for a couple of reasons. My understanding is that the primary complaint is about the use of illegal fireworks. Banning all fireworks will not stop the use of illegal fireworks and may in fact exacerbate the problem by driving more people to obtain illegal fireworks if a legal variety is not available. I think this has become the norm in many cities in California that have banned all types of fireworks. There is a video taken from a helicopter that shows a multitude of illegal fireworks being launched in the air last July 4th in a city that has a fireworks ban of all types and is not a lone example. I understand the problem with those who deal with PTSD and the animals being negatively affected by fireworks, but I also believe most of the offending fireworks are of a legal type and not the California legal, safe, and sane type. Again, I don't believe banning all fireworks would prevent the use of illegal fireworks and would not help the problem. So I want to close with the thought that the city and several nonprofit organizations in the city makes a nice income from the sale of safe and sane fireworks. The loss of this income and the possibly making the problem worse prompts me to urge the council not to ban the sale of use of safe and sane fireworks in Porterville, California. Thank you, Keith Kiziar. Next is from Sean Conrad. I think these types of fireworks should stay a part of our Porterville community. They are good fundraisers for nonprofit organizations, and they are state approved. Also, it's been a long 4th of July tradition in our town of Porterville, and I think the sales of these safe fireworks should stay a part of our city. Thank you, Sean Conrad. Next is from Dallas Christensen. Dear City Council, it has come to my attention that you are considering the ban of all fireworks in the Porterville. From the articles I've read, the complaints addressed to the City Council do not have to do with the safe and sane fireworks that nonprofit organizations sell as fundraisers for their organizations. Rather, they are for the illegal fireworks brought in from out of state and set off illegally that cause the loud booms that frighten pets and vets. I'm a citizen of Porterville and also a member of the Optimist Club of Porterville. Our organization supports the community by co-sponsoring the Porterville Celebrates Reading event, Boy Scouts, youth sports groups, scholarships, and other events. The funds from the fireworks sales helps us be able to give back to the community. We have been selling safe and sane fireworks for many years. My family and friends have set off these fireworks with our pets at our side and have not had any problem. The safe and sane fireworks we set off may have some snaps and crackles, but do not have any loud booms. As you may or may not know, the safe and sane fireworks sold in California are examined by the California State Fire Marshal and determined to come within the definition of safe and sane. Any fireworks not meeting the definition of safe and sane are subject to a city administrative citation, which includes a fine. I wholeheartedly support finding people, groups, and gatherings that are using illegal fireworks not deemed to be safe and sane. I have 3 suggestions I'd like to propose to you for consideration in amending the city fireworks ordinance. 1, utilize language similar to other jurisdictions' ordinances by inserting a social host liability and penalty section in the ordinance. 2, hold parents and juveniles jointly and severably liable for their use and possession of illegal fireworks, as well as social host liability. 3, participate fully in the free NALM smartphone app program and have the maximum number of police officers, fire personnel, and code enforcement officers on duty during the evening hours over the period of June 28th through July 4th to receive NALM field reports where Porterville residents file them. As observed by many from the news footage from Los Angeles, the outright ban of fireworks will not eliminate the fireworks problem as presented to the council before. In fact, it is likely to make the illegal fireworks more of a problem, as there will not be an alternative safe and sane option available in Porterville. I've attached a couple information pamphlets that explain these issues in more detail and have reports from other cities that have previously banned fireworks before. I hope you will continue to permit the use of safe and sane fireworks to be used in Porterville, but try and crack down harder on the illegal fireworks that are being used that are the cause of the complaints. Sincerely, Dallin Christensen, Porterville resident. Next is Jennifer Willard. Good evening, council members. I would like to address the proposed ban on discharging fireworks. As a member of the community, parent of a high schooler, church member, and a resident of the Porterville, I believe that the sale of safe and sane fireworks is a great opportunity for nonprofits to raise funds for their organizations. Community fundraisers such as fireworks booths, Iris Festival, parades, etc., are a vital component of our small town culture with a 60,000 plus population. I understand that the excessive fireworks lit this season was and still is a nuisance and a danger to the public. Those are not the fireworks sold in the booths. The disallowance of fireworks in general will not dissuade constituents from discharging illegal fireworks. It will, however, take away a substantial fundraising opportunity from the community. Aerial footage and news coverage of the Los Angeles County during the week of July 4th, where fireworks are illegal in all unincorporated areas in most of their 88 cities, is proof of that. I believe that there are alternative solutions to the proposed ban. For example, an amped-up task force composed of a combination of trained volunteers and professionals deployed during the week of Independence Day, coupled with a tip line devoted to anonymous reporting, could be quite effective in curbing the discharge of illegal fireworks. Thank you for your time. Next is submitted by Porterville Church of God. Dear Mayor and council members, illegal fireworks are the problem in Porterville, not state approved safe and sane fireworks. Banning safe and sane fireworks will not get rid of illegal fireworks. Otherwise, every city in the state that suffered from the illegal aerial fireworks would have been able to stop them during the 2 months they were launched prior to our nonprofits even opening their fireworks booths. Talks about a television story. Please view this television news story, which is aired this morning on ABC 7 in Los Angeles. If the largest city in California, almost 4 million people, with the largest police force in the state, 9,858 officers, and the third largest in the nation, can't stop illegal fireworks, I don't think banning state-approved safe and sane fireworks is going to make a difference for our city. Please do not ban state-approved fireworks. Next is from Edith Levon. This is a follow-up to my last complaint. It's the 21st of July and the mortars around the corner finally stopped 5 days ago and my old dog is finally relaxing. There are still fireworks in the distance and I can drown out the noise. I am firmly against any fireworks in the city limits. In the past, I have cleaned up bottle rockets in town. Numerous animals are lost, but most of all, I have watched persons with PTSD drop to the ground in the fetal position. I used to work with veterans who would find a place to hide on the 4th. I understand nonprofits need to fundraise, but the cost of legal fireworks is not worth the cost of the pain many locals suffer from the noise and air pollution. Have your fireworks displays the city does and prohibit all others in the city limits. I hate being confined to my home 2 weeks in June and 3 weeks in July because idiots can't follow the rules. Again, I say our police and fire personnel do not have enough staff to deal with this problem. Make all fireworks illegal in the city limits now. One more. Dear Mayor Flores and members of the Porterville City Council, I'm writing to express my concerns over the firework usage and the activity in our city. I strongly feel all fireworks should be banned from our city. I realize that there are several organizations, clubs, schools, churches, et cetera, that use this commodity to sell for fundraisers to fund their projects and our goals. However, given the uptake in the ongoing usage of these items in our neighborhoods, fireworks, I believe, are not safe nor sane for our community and for many of our residents. The noise and pollution generated from all fireworks, illegal and safe and sane, have caused tremendous stress and in some cases loss of animals, especially our pets. Fireworks have caused undue stress for people suffering from PTSD, including our veterans who deserve respect and understanding. The smoke and fine particles are hazardous for people with respiratory issues as well as other illness. Fireworks can cause fires. My neighbor has a bag of debris that fell on their patio, and in their yard that was hot matter. Fireworks also cause anxiety and stress within our elderly community and for other community residents too. Since the COVID-19 lockdown in March 2020, the neighborhood in which I reside has experienced these illegal fireworks being blasted into the air frequently, and it only worsened the closer to the 4th of July. In the Porterville Recorder article dated June 17, 2020, Corporal Marcel Morales of the Porterville Police Department stated, and I quote, "It's important for people who want to report illegal fireworks and shooting off of guns to have details such as good description of those doing it and their location." Mayor Flores and members of the Porterville City Council, my neighbors and I have done just this, exactly what Corporal Morales has asked us to do. Since the start of this problem in our neighborhood, several frustrated, sleep-deprived, annoyed neighbors, including myself, have called with addresses and descriptions of the persons involved. We've spoken with the responding officers and are given an eyewitness account of what we saw and heard on more than one occasion. Officers say they can only give a warning that they have to physically see the fireworks leave the ground themselves in order to cite the person or people or person. Why is this law ordinance set up this way? Especially in regards to our issue, more than one neighbor has witnessed these incidents and more than one neighbor has called dispatch to report it. In my immediate area, there are 5 neighbors that have used illegal fireworks. We have their addresses. We know who is setting them off, and we have seen them set them off. I am assuming that some members of the council experience what I have written about, have pets, and know someone who has personally expressed their experiences in regards to legal firework activity in the city of Porterville. This has to change. Our first responders have more important matters to respond to in our city instead of these irresponsible, selfish people. The ordinance needs to be changed to hold these people accountable. A fine and maybe some jail time is nothing to these people. Websites selling these illegal fireworks show the cost of some of these fireworks in hundreds to thousands of dollars. If they can purchase these fireworks at that price, what's a measly fine? I, for one, can share several incidents of my neighbor's use of illegal fireworks. One such incident, my daughter and I saw a neighbor run over to the Veterans Park to set off a firework in the park. The firework shot in the air and exploded loudly while I was talking to dispatch on the phone. These bombs have shaken my house, rattled the windows and my nerves, made my pets go crazy, caused my heart to race and pound, and I've jumped at least 6 to 12 inches off the couch when they exploded. I'm so startled and frightened. This is while I was awake. These culprits have no decency or respect for others. Often my family and I have been awakened from a sound sleep to these horrible, deafening, frightening explosions after midnight. Yes, I have called the police more than I can count. Yet again, this past Saturday night, July 18, someone in our neighborhood was shooting off illegal fireworks. It's hard to catch them now because they are doing this after midnight and between 2 a.m. Please consider the following advice and suggestions I made, since not all people are willing to make a citizen complaint go to court if necessary. First and foremost, ban all fireworks in the city of Porterville. 2, if neighbors in the area are agreeable, a fireworks show may be held only at this Porterville Sports Complex Center. 3, change the city ordinance so if one or more eyewitnesses, not all for the same household, report the incident and based on their account of the events that happened, action is taken, a hefty fines issued, fireworks confiscated, and/or depending on violation, jail time. Eliminate the need for the officer having to see it. Witness accounts of events should suffice to issue a fine to the violators. If you are the homeowner, illegal fireworks are being used on your property, then the homeowner will be the one fined, unless the homeowner is willing to indicate who the actual violator is or are. 4, no warnings given to any violators. City of Porterville residences can be notified in a letter with their water bill. Most all residents using city water receive a water bill, right? Just like being done for odd even watering days. This is the way to let them know that they have already received their first and only warning. If caught, they will be fined and or jailed. This letter should also encourage residents to repeat violators for the safety and well-being of the community. Possibly set up a firework crime stopper type reporting system with a reward or incentive program for information or conviction of violators. In the future, I will be doing my part in filing a citizen's complaint for the illegal use of fireworks in my neighborhood. It is my hope that the City Council will strongly consider banning all fireworks from the City of Porterville for the reason I stated in the beginning of this email. I feel it is necessary to change the way of reporting and finding violators who disregard the guidelines according to the city's ordinance law, and to help move forward in curbing the use or use of illegal or any fireworks within the City of Porterville for the health and well-being of many of our vulnerable residents, especially for the ones that cannot speak for themselves. Respectfully, Vicky S. Banks.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. All right.
There are no
Personal
other,
privilege.
thank you. All right, thank you very much. We will now go into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. With regard to city commission and committee meetings, there have not been any scheduled, have there? For reporting purposes? Do we
I'm
know?
sorry, I was,
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
The question
that's
that I
okay.
had with regard, going into the reports, was city commission and committee meetings. There have not been any that have been calendared or scheduled. All right, then we're going to move on into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The Tulare County Water Commission, I will carry that one over to the next meeting. There's information that I received that will be reported out at the next meeting. Are there any others?
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to point out that we, at the GSA for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, had a meeting on July 2nd. However, there was very limited action taken. We do have a meeting coming up the first Thursday of next month, so I would like to move my report for that last one to the next one and make it a little bit more robust.
All right, we'll carry both those reports over then. Staff informational report?
thank you, Your Honor. Just your monthly report. Pleased to be able to see continued conservation on behalf of the residents of Porterville. 16% conservation was achieved during the month of June.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, we'll move on into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are to be considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, we have items 1 through 12.
I do want to
Mayor.
note that I believe, Mayor, you've got a conflict on number 9. But
Who
other
has
than
a-
that, that's all I was aware of.
Specifically annexation area 456C.
Okay, I show, it's me that has a conflict, okay.
I'd also like to note that on item 11, I wish to disclose that I live in one of the districts but do not benefit by the vote that I'll take.
Okay. Please note that I have a conflict on item number 9 and Councilmember Garola's disclosure on number 11. So do we have a motion to pass 1 through 12?
Motion to approve items 1 through 12, noting the stated conflicts.
We have a motion. I'll go
And
ahead. And Councilmember Stone made the second. There be no further discussion. Call for vote, please.
Councilmember Garola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move into public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 public hearings that have been scheduled this evening. The first be consider approval of the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and Ms. Byers will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and council members. As a recipient of federal funding from HUD, the city of Porterville is required to conduct an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. It's called the AI, every 5 years. The AI is an assessment of how laws, government policies, real estate practices, and local conditions may affect the location, availability, and accessibility of housing. 3 goals were identified to further fair housing and reduce or eliminate impediments to fair housing choice. The draft AI was attached to the staff report. A 5-day public comment period was issued. At this time, no comments have been received. And with that, staff recommends, typically this gets approved with our CDBG action plan. It came in separately, but we need to move forward with that document, and so that's why we're bringing this for you today. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2020 analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, adopt a draft resolution approving the 2020 analysis of impediments, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents, and further authorize the city manager to be authorized to make any augmentation, modification, additions, or revisions as may be necessary to conform to the requirements of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Staff's available for questions, and Jason Ridenour is also available on the Zoom meeting if necessary.
Thank you very much. It is 7:11, and we will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth on item number 13? And we don't have any comments that have come in on that item? Okay, it is 7:11, and we will now close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council,
I have,
please.
yeah, I had something. So on page 34, and I just really wanted to make this as a statement because we've had residents who have said, why are we building houses? But in that section, it specifically says that we have 480 housing units that are receiving rental assistance, but there's 4,134 house or individuals that are on the list. And so we do need more affordable housing for individuals. The other I wanted to say was that on page 42, the residents that are listed there under Garola, I believe there's 4 residents. Those are not mine. So I just wanted to disclose that as well, that Garola home is not my homes. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comment or question?
No, I didn't, Your Honor.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any comment or question?
No, no, Mayor, I don't.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Okay, I don't have any comment or question, so do we have? Okay.
I have a few more.
All right.
I wanted everybody else to have a turn though, in case they had it. So I have a question under 59, page 59, it says farm worker housing. Does that mean that we have farm worker housing available, or is it just listed in there?
So it's listed in, we have the ability to construct farm worker housing. It's an option through our zoning. And so it's just ensuring that there's the availability to make it possible if we were to have it. Typically what happens with farm worker housing is it's somebody who owns an apartment complex or it's already private ownership. It's just ensuring that the availability is in our code to have this option.
And they could have up to 12 units, is that what it's saying? It says farm worker housing for 12 units.
That's what the code, our
Is
code,
it-
yeah, our code has.
And then a little further down, on 59, page 59, it says, primary dwelling, about, having, secondary dwellings on your, property. Will tiny houses be included in there? And also, can those tiny houses, because now they're doing mobile houses that are tiny, are those allowable under second dwelling units?
So let me, okay, I'm going to stop trying to find the page to reference since I know the answer. So you can have trailers. The code requires that it be placed on permanent foundation. And so you're talking about units that are like 500 square feet. We would view them similar to a manufactured home. And the requirement would then be on a permanent foundation, skirting, those type of things. Accessory dwelling units is definitely an area that we need to update our development code to allow more of. Currently, we're more restrictive than the state, and the state doesn't allow that, and so this was identifying that we need to update our
So
accessory
that
dwelling.
needs to be updated, and so you could have then the trailer, tiny trailer, I'm not sure what the term is, but as long as it didn't have the tires on there and you put it on permanent foundation, then that would be allowable.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just allowing somebody in a situation that's not supposed to be permanent. So typically, when you put it on a permanent foundation, you hook it to sewer and water and that type of things. But the way the ADU law has changed is we used to require additional covered parking. That's been removed by the state. You can have different size accessory dwelling units, and so you can have up to 2 now, and it's based on size. So there's definitely more freedom now for accessory dwelling units.
Yeah. So, in the document, it also says, that the city's been doing a very good job, but that we need to produce more housing opportunities for individuals. So, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Housing has become something that's been very important in all communities, and especially being on that committee for some of that funding to be coming in and the requirements and the requisitions to that regard. So, yeah. Thank you. If there are no questions, what is the council recommendation? What pleases the council? I have to go back.
Move for approval of the recommendations as cited by staff.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Gurrola.
Second.
And we have a second by Vice Mayor Reyes. Being no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We'll now go on to the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second public hearing this evening, it's been scheduled, is to consider establishing lighting and landscape maintenance districts and tax assessments for parcels within Nader Homes, Ranch Victoria, Riverview Estates, Summit Estates 2, Phase 1, Summit Heritage Villas, Trooper Terrace, and Windsor Court. And Mr. Moore is going to provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, Mayor, members of the council. New subdivisions within the city are required to petition for the formation of a lighting and landscape maintenance assessment district. The districts are formed to secure funding from parcels within the subdivisions for operational and maintenance expenses of public lighting and any public landscape areas. The city utilizes the authority governed by the 1972 Lighting and Landscape Assessment Act to create a district for each subdivision. Thereafter, every year, a process must be followed of evaluating maintenance needs and establishing an assessment to be placed upon the tax rolls for every parcel within each district. The attached resolution is necessary to initiate the process of creating new districts for 7 subdivisions. The resolution orders the formation of the new districts, approves the engineer's report which accompanies this report, and declares the intent to levy and collect tax assessments. Staff's recommendation is that the city council conduct a public hearing to receive public comment on establishing landscape and lighting maintenance district numbers 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54, and adopt the draft resolution approving the engineer's report and assessment method. That concludes staff's report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. It is 7:19. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to comment on that item? See that there are none. Did we receive any?
No.
We have not received any. It is 7:19. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council,
I have a question, Your Honor.
please, go ahead.
Are any of these districts currently occupied, Donnie, or they just?
Yes, these districts are occupied. These are ones that some of them are a lot newer than others, but some of them just hadn't been the LMDs created yet, but they are occupied, yes.
So they have to hold an actual vote amongst the residents of these districts?
Since these were already formed, this is just establishing the districts that they're already living in. So this is pretty much a cleanup of some of the existing ones, as well as a few new ones.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have comment or question?
No, I did not have any on this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Girl, any comment or question?
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
No, and I would move to adopt the resolution approving the engineer's report and assessment method.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Reyes.
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilmember Stovey. No further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Garola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. And we will now move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The third public hearing this evening is to consider the permanent local housing allocation, PLHA entitlement grant application. And again, Ms. Byers will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and council members. As presented on May 19, 2020, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, announced funding to be available for the permanent local housing allocation program. Porterville is estimated to receive approximately $2,056,524 over the next 5 years, with the first year set at $342,754. One of the requirements to receive the funding is to adopt a 5-year plan, which was attached to the staff report. In order to write the plan, staff received input from council, reached out to community stakeholders, held a community meeting, and published a survey to determine priorities. Based on the input received, staff is recommending the use of this PLHA funding to include financial support of the Navigation Center, permanent supportive housing programs, rapid rehousing programs, and flexible funds to reduce financial hurdles for individuals being housed, such as payments for deposits and initial utility expenses. Because we went over the staff report pretty thoroughly back in May, staff at this time recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed allocation of funds, approve and adopt the proposed draft permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan, and authorize the mayor or designee to execute all documents pertaining to the PLHA program and be authorized to make any modifications that may be required by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and then authorize the Community Development Director to execute in the name of the City of Porterville project drawdown requests and all other administrative documents required by HCD. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you very much. It is 7:23. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth on this item? See that there is none. Did we receive any comments for this item?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it is 7:24. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Did anyone have any questions?
Well, Your Honor, they had me at 2 million, so I would recommend that we approve the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Stowe. I
I'll
will go,
second.
and Councilmember Gruel, a second. There'd be no further discussion. Please call for vote.
Councilmember Gorilla,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now go on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our final public hearing this evening that's been scheduled is the consideration of an urgency ordinance requiring the use of face coverings. As the council is aware, at your last meeting, you, under your consideration of resolution of and proclamation of local emergency, provided direction or prescribed an order that directed staff under its administrative duties to do a vigorous education campaign and citations under its administrative regulations, and then directed that an urgency ordinance be crafted for the council's consideration this evening. And appreciation to the city attorney for crafting the ordinance that's before you this evening. And I guess with that, I'll turn it over to Julia if there's any further commentary she wishes to provide.
Just that pursuant to the council's direction, thank you, Mr. Lawless, it covers a couple different areas. It covers the direct, the city's ability to directly enforce the state's guidance for use of face coverings. So it incorporates the state's guidance as an attachment, because we're basically, you were just directed that we work towards enforcement of the state's mask covering requirements. What this also does, though, is it also does allow the city to enforce on businesses, because it's not as clearly tied, but it is there. There under the state's guidances, this guidance for face use coverings has also been incorporated into each of the industry guidances that the businesses have to follow. So that's why you'll see in the ordinance, there are actually 2 areas that are covered. If you look at, you see here, if you look at number 2, section number 2 and section number 3. So just wanted to point that out since we had discussed it explicitly at the last meeting. And it does take a 4/5 vote to approve this and have it go into effect immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 7:27. We will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth on this item, please?
Brock Neely, address on record. Just to let you know, the enforcement branch of the ABC has been in the county. Last weekend, Crawdaddy's was cited for having their bar open with people without masks on. So I just wanted to let you know that that is happening. They are actually removing ABC licenses from some businesses. Some churches are already receiving cease and desist orders from the Attorney General. So there's quite a bit of activity coming from the governor's office in the state. So just to let you know.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
Greg Sheldon, 88 North Wilford Drive. State passed it. We have to enforce it, but I hope that the people of the city of Porterville or that take a more gentle approach. I don't know that fining people for not having a mask on is really appropriate. I think it's a bit draconian. Personally, I think that a lot of it's hooey. I think there's a panic and you have to do something. So this is tantamount to during World War II when they issued snake repellent to flyers who fell in the ocean. It was basically just green dye. It didn't really have any evidence that it repelled sharks, but it made them feel better about landing in the ocean. I think that's what's going on with these base ordinances. I don't think it's really gonna matter. Again, I understand that we have to follow because of what the state says, but I don't want to think of my town as sending my police officers out to cite people for not wearing a garment, especially in a world where it's okay to have riots and torch police buildings, but you'll get cited for not wearing a face mask. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Have we received any comments on this item that need to be read?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is from Barbara Sell. Now that face makes are required by Governor Newsom for the state of California and Porterville City Council, will there be any citations for not wearing them? What about businesses that require mask wearing and people taking their mask off after entering their business? Is there a citation? Will there be a fine for not wearing a mask in Porterville? Also, what will that fine be? Thank you. Next is from Daniel Ortega. Want to ask, is this not a decision that the public should make? The people who empowered a few people to make the decision for me to wear a mask on my face. I'm very careful around people, especially crowded areas, and most of the time don't go into a place that is really crowded. I do carry a mask, and when feel like it's needed, I wear it. But for you, city council members, to tell me that I have to wear it everywhere in public, I'm sorry, that's not a decision you only should be making. Thank you. Next is from Ron Turner. I just read 17 scientific studies that all came to the conclusion that masks are ineffective and can actually be detrimental. It's common sense. If virologists have to wear full biohazard suits to study this virus, what good is a flimsy mask? I feel the city council is just virtue signaling. The state and county are already creating legislation for this. The council doesn't need to waste time and money the city doesn't have, nor do they need to create an environment for fines and enforcement that leads to possible violence and police abuse of power, which leads to lawsuits. Please use your brains and don't give in to public misinformed sentiment. Ron Turner. Next is from Jonathan Payne. I am not in favor of enforcing the wearing of a face mask by the city of Porterville. It should be left up to the individual and their personal choice to wear or not to wear a mask. Next is from Sherry Carr. As a citizen of Porterville, as well as a caregiver in the city, I absolutely believe that wearing a mask in this time of peril is the best protection we have against the virus. I further believe had we all been wearing masks while in public or with people outside of our homes, that we would have this pandemic much more controlled. I fully believe that if those who refuse to abide by set rules be fined, then they would be in compliance with orders to wear the mask. I vote for mandating the use of masks. Next is from Donica Barr. To the City Council in regards to the face covering in public, I would like to ask that you not consider this for mandate. The Valley is quite literally the hottest location I've ever lived in. Seeing as it is difficult to breathe in this already poor air quality combined with smothering heat, I am not sure what sense it makes to torture people further. Please do not pass this. Also, please vote no for more taxes through TOT. Porterville is hardly a paradise. Don't punish the handful of travelers looking for Three Rivers. And finally, no on PLHA. Please consider allocating some taxpayer money for the struggling middle class instead. Thank you for your time, Donica Barr. Next is from Haley Dornan. To whom it may concern, I am writing to you today to request you deny the urgent mask mandate for open air spaces. I am a school bus driver and custodian for this community. Currently, I am working as a custodian while children are on summer break. My fellow staff and I are getting our campus clean and ready for the new school year. This requires me to be in the elements at times, and it is near impossible to perform tasks outside in 100-degree-plus heat while wearing a mask. I ask that you please do not make mask wearing a requirement for the city of Porterville, specifically in open air spaces where we can keep a safe distance from one another. I thank you for your time and consideration. Wishing good health to my fellow members of this community. Thank you, Haley Dornan. Next is from Daniel Rhodes. Making face coverings mandatory in public would be fiscally irresponsible if the city attempts to enforce such an ordinance. It would also be legally questionable since there is no law passed that requires face coverings. And there is still a question as to the efficacy of face coverings with regards to the prevention of the COVID-19 virus Forcing people to wear them may be unnecessary and would be a violation of personal freedom. Thank you, Daniel Rhodes. Next is Ray Garunin, pastor, Hillside Community Church. Dear City Council, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, a lot of time to serve the citizens of our city. I appreciate the work you do. I'm concerned about the ordinance requiring masks for the following reasons. One, the guidelines are overly restrictive, requiring people to wear masks even while alone in their office. Two, I believe the council should allow more time for public input on this matter before voting. I just became aware of this vote today. Someone saw it mentioned on the Porterville FYI Facebook page. An issue like this should be advertised better than it has been. Three, enforcement. Who will enforce this ordinance? I assume Porterville police officers will be the ones issuing citations and educating violators. Aren't our officers already busy with the increase in other calls? Will this ordinance be nothing more than a piece of paper? Thank you for your considerations and my concern. Next is from Richard Witt. And this was sent to Council Member Garola. I am very disappointed with the City Council's decision to enforce the mask policy. My mother fell on New Year's Day, which led to her death in March. The reason she fell was that she gave herself CO2 poisoning she did not know, but her shallow breathing caused her not exhale enough CO2. This is not a standard test and not found by a standard blood test. The blood must come directly from the artery and is extremely painful to most people. I know it is probably just mental, but knowing that you can give yourself CO2 poisoning scares me, and the second I put it on, does make me feel lightheaded. There is also no 100% science that it even helps, and for the few, it gives them a false sense of security. Second, the numbers of new cases is false numbers, and that is fact. If you had tested positive by a swab test and wanted to verify it, and the blood test comes back positive, currently they count as 2 new cases. Second, if you test positive, you must test negative to be released. Every time you test positive, before you test negative, each of those count as a new test positive. In talking to a person in Merced on Monday, his brother had to take 5 additional tests before the last one was negative. That one person counted as 5 people testing positive. Maybe it is time to ask the state for the true number of new cases before causing people to feel like they have leprosy. Please do not use our city's tax money to enforce a bad idea with no science behind it and have a mask police. It would be better advised to request businesses to take temperatures instead of masks. We will be requiring all employees to take their temperatures starting Monday. Please consider your decision. Thank you, Richard Witt. I received a 4-page oral communications. And there's other information provided as well. Would you like that read?
4 pages.
It's 4 pages.
I would not necessarily, if we just hit highlights of the 4 pages.
Correct.
So
You can get 3 minutes worth of 4 pages if you'd like.
all right, so someone want to tell me in 3 minutes? All right, so this is received from Stacy Doyle. Public comments to the Porterville City Council meeting of July 21st, 2020, submitted in reference to agenda item 16, consideration of an urgency ordinance requiring the use of face coverings. This correspondence is respectfully submitted for the council's review of item 16 on the agenda for July 21st, addressing the draft ordinance of mandatory use of face coverings. The following articles are submitted for the council's review. 1, commentary, masks for all for COVID-19 not based on sound data. By Lisa Brosseau. 2, Blaylock, face masks pose serious risks to healthy, Russell Blaylock, neurosurgeon. 3, Center for Disease Control website. These documents in summary are submitted for council review prior to voting on the ordinance requiring use face coverings. The submitted articles contest the efficacy of face masks and, more importantly, point out the dangers of healthy individuals wearing face masks. The CDC posted source documents supporting the use of face masks to prevent or slow the spread of COVID-19. The 19 sources are buried on the CDC website, and after review did not support the CDC's recommendations for general public use of face masks. I personally reviewed the 19 CDC source documents posted in support of face masks. Interestingly, only 6 of those 19 articles pertained to face masks, most of which compared surgical masks to N95 masks in hospital settings involving patients infected with the influenza. 2 articles addressed the use of cloth face masks and did not validate efficacy. The article by Conda, efficacy of common fabrics used in respiratory cloth masks, indicates there is a limited data available today on the performance of common cloth materials used in such cloth masks. Finally, it is important to note that openings and gaps, such as those between the face mask and the facial contours, can degrade the performance. Our findings indicate that leakage around the mask area can degrade efficiencies by 50% or more, pointing out the importance of fit. Another article referenced by the CDC, written by a number of folks, concluded our findings suggest that a homemade mask should only be considered as a last resort to prevent droplet transmission from infected individuals, underlined. It is important to note the CDC source information does not provide its scientific evidence to support face masks provide safety and protection against the spread of COVID-19. Lisa Brousseau and Margaret Sitzma, authors of Commentary Masks for All for COVID-19, not based on sound data, concluded after review of 52 articles addressing mask use that cloth masks are ineffective as a source of control in PPE. These professors of respiratory protection and infectious disease, these authors also confirm the CDC sources lack substantial evidence to support the use of face coverings as a way to combat COVID-19. Dr. Russell Blaylock, neurosurgeon, reiterated in his article, there have not yet been any studies of the effectiveness of masks in slowing or preventing COVID-19 transmission. In fact, he warns not only do face masks fail to protect the healthy from getting sick, but they also create serious health risks to the wearer. The bottom line is that you are not sick, you should not wear a face mask. There's a conclusion here.
The conclusion.
I asked the council to consider this evidence, the data, and weigh the negative health risks of a mandatory face mask ordinance will pose to people and businesses in our community. Based on the evidence submitted by qualified medical health professionals, people of all ages will be put at higher risk for health-related issues if required to wear face masks, especially in excessive heat situations inherent to the Central Valley. It is obvious that mandating a face mask has officially been politicized, which places leaders in a quandary of choosing sound science and data over relief funding. Bottom line, if wearing a face mask makes an individual feel safer, they should by all means wear one. Additionally, we should take dedicated steps in healthcare settings to protect the most vulnerable. With that said, businesses and individual citizens should not be mandated by federal, state, or local officials to wear a face mask. Citizens should be given choice to make these personal decisions in the best interest of their health and safety, especially in the absence of substantial evidence which fails to support face masks worn by the general public, either slow or prevent the spread of infection. Stacey Doyle.
Thank you very much.
And then I have one more.
Oh, another one that came in.
This is from Ron McCrillis. As a member of the high-risk type 1 diabetes group, I find it rather insulting anyone would think they could or should impose their will on my civil liberties in the name of compassion and science. The same people using compassion and science seem to be selective on their choice of either. Science confirms unborn babies are human beings, and compassion seems to be remiss when these precious ones are ripped from their mother's wombs to suffer and die horrendous deaths. Changing the name from human to fetus somehow desensitizes the reality and provides thoughtless hypocrites to justify the murder of innocents. Look at your kids, grandkids, and ask yourself honestly if they are people or a piece of cancer-like flesh that can be removed as such. The obvious hypocrisy is so apparent it makes the compassion and science argument moronic. We have invested our lives in the community for years, building a business, getting involved with local sports leagues, coaching, mentoring, etc. The current state of affairs in California has caused us to consider relocating to another state where citizens' civil liberties are valued and protected. Please don't go down this path. It's much easier to swim downstream, but takes courage to resolve to swim upstream. The result makes us stronger and demands respect and admiration. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. We hear conflicting mandates from our leaders, etc. Let us, we the people, make these decisions for ourselves. Praying for you, Ron McCrillis.
Thank you very much. And see that there are no other communications.
No, Your Honor.
It is 7:43. We will now close the public hearing, and we will bring it back to council. Councilmember Gurrola.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Councilmember.
Councilmember Stowe.
Oh, well, my statement was gonna be that I think the mask should be worn, and I think they've given us enough proof that they are protective, and the people that don't wear them, they ought to be considered brothers that, you know, when they're inside, I don't care if they wear them outside or not, but when they're inside, they should be wearing a mask, but You know, frankly, I think they should be worn inside and outside, but I definitely would like to see them mandated worn inside.
Did you say worn inside?
Yes, definitely. I like to see them worn both inside and outside. They should wear a mask all the time, but when you're inside, you definitely should wear one in a public area.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Garola?
You know, I know people have, and we just heard, you know, differences on the mask. You know, doctors and nurses have been wearing masks. And I think if you had a doctor or a nurse who came in to do surgery on you and didn't have a mask on, you'd be very concerned. You should be. So, you know, none of us want to mandate anything. People should wear the mask. And there's, in the county, the Department of, or the state for Health and Human Services, you know, they have the guidances. And they also allow for exemptions if you can't wear the mask. Certainly we don't want people to wear the masks that have health issues and it would cause more problems for them. So there's allowances for that. The city attorney would have to tell me, but are we saying that if you're in an office somewhere, you've got to wear that mask?
I think that the rule actually under the guidance is that if it's an area that's otherwise open to the public, and I do not interpret offices, certain offices as being open to the public. It really depends on the circumstances. But if you have an office that typically is not open generally to the public, then you do not have to have a mask on, even though there's no member of the public there. However, if it is open to if there's an area that is open to the public, the guidance provides that you should be wearing a mask, even if there isn't anyone else there, just because somebody could come in at any given moment is the idea.
And the other is, if I'm working out at the school and I'm a grounds person and I'm out in the school grounds doing work, the city isn't saying you need to wear that mask.
Oh, no, absolutely not. In fact, there's not only is there, I think that the guidance speaks to that, there's also going to be OSHA guidelines that also discuss that, and you'll be balancing what makes sense in light of the work and the activity and the heat and everything else.
And the other is that we're really pushing for an aggressive education effort to educate individuals. I think somebody came up and said that, you know, we want to educate individuals. That wearing the mask, I wear the mask to protect the people around me. That's what I wear the mask for, is to protect those around me. So if we have essential workers who are wearing the mask in order to get us food, in order to get products to us, who are wearing it up to 12 hours a day. And the public hearing is the place for the public to provide their input to us. So the question I had would be to Chief Crodel. I don't know, is he on? Is he there? Chief Lapierre and Chief
Yes.
Crodel, are you there?
Yes, Councilwoman, I'm,
They're
Chief
both-
Crodel's
They're both here,
present.
Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So when you're going out to a fire or an emergency, or you're going to, in law enforcement, going out into the public, isn't it better for individuals to have face masks to protect our officers and our firefighters?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Garola, is this on? Councilmember Garola, as Chief Lapierre, speaking to your question, when we go out of medical aids or with what's going on right now in our town and in the country, we're wearing masks at all times, or if they're entering any businesses for any reason, they'll be wearing masks and protective equipment. And that's for our safety and theirs as well. And it's our protocol right now. So Am I answering your question?
Yes.
Well, Chief, even prior to the COVID, did you wear masks when you went out on calls for medical calls?
When we go on a medical call, if a person had like
Prior to the COVID?
prior to the COVID, if a person had a bloodborne pathogen that was airborne, or there was like meningitis or tuberculosis or something like that, then we'd take those precautions, but we would not necessarily wear a mask if there was no need for it for the situation prior to the COVID.
Okay, thank you.
The law enforcement is wearing masks in accordance with the guidance. It talks about when interacting with members of the public. So we're interacting with any members of the public. Law enforcement is wearing their masks. The very few exceptions would be there is going to be certain situations, quick response or getting out of their car, foot chases, that sort of thing. They're not going to be able to wear them. And there are going to be certain situations that arise where they don't have the time to put them on or they can't put them on, but that'll be on a case-by-case basis.
Councilmember Gurley?
City Attorney, what is the enforcement then? I know on here we have put down, cited that education and then fines to the administrative citation.
Yeah, actually, I thank you for bringing that up because I thought that was important to note in light of the comments that were made. The direction from the council in doing this ordinance was that you really wanted to emphasize enforcement through the administrative citation along with education. So, my understanding, and obviously we won't know until we start implementing this, what it's actually going to look like. The ordinance grants you full authority. So yes, theoretically it's possible to cite, criminally cite, but I don't believe that was council's intention. We have that ability on any of our code violations or any of our ordinance violations. However, we very rarely utilize that portion of our enforcement. Sorry, I've got a phone ringing in the back. At any rate, though, so really the intention was to specifically call out the administrative citation ordinance, go for really trying education, trying to get compliance voluntarily. And if we're having repeated issues, repeated problems and problem spots, then you have the ability to utilize our administrative program, which is imposing fines, but giving chances to correct. I mean, even through that process.
Thank you.
One of the things, I'm going to chime in on the conversation, one of the things that I noticed almost immediately when we did put that order in at the last council meeting and went out with the aggressive education into the community, that more people began to wear the mask. And I want to thank the community for the efforts, but I also want to thank the people that did go out there to educate the community as to the request of face coverings. To that regard, Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions?
No questions, just some more comments.
Please
Or maybe
comment.
I would start with my comments, and I do have just one question. So I'll begin with the comment. And so I just want to say I appreciate the public comments from the community. I think we did get a lot of folks that really don't obviously agree with our decision to do this. So I think that they do deserve, at least from my end, an explanation as to why I am going to vote in favor of this and to move forward. And so, first of all, today there was an article that came out that is stated that our own hospital is getting close to capacity. Because of the increase and surge of COVID-19 cases. I think we have the other thing I would say is that a mask, it does, when you look at the studies, it can make a difference in sharing bacterial infection or viral infection. It does prevent with COVID-19. It does provide some sort of protection. Is it perfect? I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's an extra protective layer. And I think that we should take the caution to protect each other and to protect our community. And I think the other thing, on the other end, is we as local elected officials, we have a responsibility for the safety of our community. And so, if our decision today, if by me voting in favor, will save at least one life, I mean, for me, it warrants that for me to do this. And so, so I would just state that for me, it's an important role that we have a responsibility to protect the community. And so, for me, this is a way of doing that. The question that I do have is that when it comes to when we encounter someone, I just want it to be clear for the public to know and understand the scenarios that will probably unfold. If someone is stopped for, due to the fact that they don't have a face mask or a face covering, when they're going to be given a notice of violation, which that means that. Does that mean immediately that they're going to be fined, or does that mean that they're just going to get the opportunity to just have a face mask in the future? So that's my one of my questions.
And answer to that, Your Honor, is that it's a warning. There's no fine. It's an administrative citation, which they, just like any other code enforcement issue, would be logged. So in this case, if someone were not wearing one, that individual's information would be recorded, and then in addition to that, a face covering would be provided to them.
All right, thank you. And then the other question that I had was are we going to be examining our ordinance of face coverings on a monthly basis, or what are we? I think that's one of the questions that I have. Are we going to be just checking in every month to see how we're doing and see if it's making an impact because if cases begin to drop, then to the point where we may not need to continue this ordinance. Is it a month-to-month basis? I'm just recommending maybe a month-to-month basis, seeing how things are going, or I don't know if there's any recommendations from other members of council.
It's entirely up to the council, how often you'd like reports on how that's going.
Let me ask a question, and it would be to the departments that this would affect. Only because it's the department that would be doing the citations, and how do you, month would be just, we say it and then you turn around and you change it, or we regress on it. These are just throwing conversation out there to that effect. It would be, what is realistic is probably where I need to ask as far as having the ordinance. Do we just say that we keep it as long as that the executive order is in place? Counsel?
Well, my thought is, if we're to pass this, why would we pass it tonight for a month until, let's just keep it until this thing is over with. It's just like what happened before. We relaxed on it, and the cases started increasing. Let's just keep the ordinance in place until the COVID is completed, or almost to gone.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor, you have.
Yeah, I do think that as long as the executive order is in place, that we at least try to follow that as close as possible. But there's one thing that is absolutely sure, that no matter what side of this argument you're on, that none of us as a community are going to overcome this until we're all on the same page with it. The one thing I do know is, since we started discussing this and since we took the action last meeting, and hopefully it will continue with actions this meeting possibly, that more people have gotten on the same page. And I would hate to think that going to the other page, because that would actually take a lot of work, and it would be a lot of heartache too, to go to the other page where there's no masks anywhere and everybody's doing whatever they want. But unfortunately, we live under an executive order, and there's a lot of things attached to that. a lot of things that we operate in, and a lot of maybe things people take for granted that they're not absolutely looking at why they should follow this. But the point I want to make also is that if we move faster than the data is going, if we keep going waffling from one thing to the next, as Councilmember Stowe indicated, we're never going to get a clear idea of what's working and what's not. The one thing I know is when we have to find one thing and we have to stay on one page for enough time to see what happens. Otherwise, it doesn't make any difference. And nobody, I guarantee, none of these gentlemen want to give anybody a citation. I definitely don't want to see a report that says citations were through the roof and money was coming. That's not the point of this. Hopefully a warning and seeing that we're taking something seriously will be enough. And I know the citizens already know we were taking it seriously from the last time we decided to take action. And if that's enough to push people who were apparently so convicted with not wearing one to wear one, I don't think it was that hard to push them in that direction anyway. I think the facts all the way around, no matter where you look, no matter what news channel you watch, it's pointing that direction. So, people are always going to object, and that's why we have rules, and that's why we have fines. Hopefully nobody is going to challenge that or just, go that direction, because what's the point? We're never going to get through this unless we're all on the same page.
And, Your Honor, as I said before, our positions and our roles are to be good stewards of the community, and we have to protect the community in the best way we can. I know that some won't like it. Everybody doesn't go agree with everything. But however, we still send a fireman out to an arsonist's house, even if he set his own house on fire. He wants it burned up. But however, we're going to put the fire out, and this is what we have to do now, is put the fire out, even if these people do not want it. They don't want to wear masks, but we have to stop this somehow. And it's not going to stop unless we, agree and adhere to what, that all the professionals are saying. And I don't care what reports they're talking about, it doesn't work. I'm looking on television every day. I hear medical doctors from the disease center saying, wear masks. And these people are taking it, they're studying it every day.
I thank you for that. Councilmember Gurrola, please.
Sorry, that the president today did come out and say that he encourages people to wear masks.
And one of the things I'm going to go back is the overall health and wellness and safety of the community. I'm going to go back to a conversation where our own hospital physicians had invited the city manager and I to a conversation, and what they were asking for was for us to support the community in wearing masks. They were actually, it's starting to affect, COVID is starting to affect the health industry, the people that are there to provide the service and to take care of the patients as it comes in. And on whichever decision, whether you're for it, you're against it, but we have to consider the protection of the overall wellness and safety of this community. We made progress at the last council meeting by placing the order under the executive order, and almost immediately you saw a difference by people wearing the mask. And I'm going to go back to thanking the department for going out with the focus on the aggressive education and speaking to the businesses as to what it was. Now, let's bring it back. If you have, I see legal counsel. Did you want to add in?
I wanted to add one thing that'll more directly address Councilmember Peñalosa's question too, because I think it's important to note. So what the ordinance does, even though there's no set time frame on the expiration of the ordinance itself, if you look at what we did with the section, it references complying with the guidance for use of face coverings as adopted now and as may be revised. So really, it's tied to the state's guidance, which will likely over time potentially, have changes and potentially decrease. You may have areas where it's not needed anymore. Well, this would move along with it. It's not like we have to go and make changes. So if we get to the point where it's completely retracted or, you know, it's no longer being used, it'll almost be fulfilling that there's not as much to enforce here, if anything. So, and then of course the council can always repeal it too. So.
All right, thank you.
I did have one more question.
Please.
I remember I saw it somewhere, somebody asking that who's going to enforce the mask wearing? And I said code enforcement. So is that who's going to enforce it, Mr. Lawless?
I would say your primary is going to be your police officers, just given the demands of code enforcement, but it would be as an administrative citation through code enforcement. So they're essentially borrowing a practice from code enforcement that would be implemented by police personnel. And that's a numbers game. You have 2 full-time code enforcement officers and 2 part-time code enforcement officers. And so the ability to implement this is better, as time allows. Certainly, preference will be for emergency response and calls, and those sorts of calls for service, but as time allows that, again, emphasis on education, notices of violation, and even with that, I will tell you, the chief will say there is still discretion for the officer. I'm not saying that it's an automatic, if you've got 1 warning, your next one's a fine. There's still discretion on the part of the, because you're looking, as with all of your code enforcement, is for voluntary compliance.
Thank you.
And I'm the first one that will tell you, I've gotten in the car thinking my face covering's in the car and gotten to a store and said, son of a gun, and I've had to go back. So, and I haven't gone in the store, but there is some discretion that's still allowed for, and hopes that there'd be voluntary compliance.
I have a question, Mayor.
Please.
So in terms of like, if, on talking about the educational component of this ordinance, which I really think that, I mean, none of us, I believe on here right now are desiring to find people. I mean, that's not the intention, right? And so our goal is not to make money out of this. And I know I think that's something that I agree with, that Council Member or Vice Mayor Reyes mentioned, that we're not here to do that. We're here really to be proactive and to be good stewards and to protect each other and protect our community. So when it comes to education, are we gonna be, I know that one of the questions that I had was, okay, so when you walk into a public space, you need to be wearing a mask, but when you walk in the sidewalk, you technically don't have to be wearing the mask. So those kind of breakdown of information and of education, is that going to be broken down and shared with the public in some format? I don't know what format we're looking at right now, whether it's just going to be social media, the portable recorder, or what other ways are we going to be educating the public besides just maybe having people that give, notice of violations out. Outside of that scope, what other educational, components is this ordinance going to entail, and what does that look like?
Well, and a lot of that's already been done. There's already been social media posts by the city. In terms of what the recorder chooses to print, that's their discretion. But there's also, this isn't just, you're following the state guidelines, so there's been much broader media, a much broader media informational campaign than just the city's ordinance. In fact, what you're just doing is codifying that you do take it very seriously.
If a member of the public wanted to just, and I mean, we don't know everybody's, financial situation, but masks do cost money, right? And so if there is a member of the public that just say, I can't, not saying that, it's possible, but could they go into the city and request a mask if they were to need one? Is that something that could exist there, or a face covering of some kind that we can offer them if they needed that, just due to the fact that they could not get a hold of one or something, and we're requiring it as a city?
Well, and I guess that really goes to the definition of the face covering, because, and I guess that's the misnomer of mask, is that it's actually face covering, it's not mask. So, and in fact, that's still the guidance, that you not use N95 masks or those sorts of things, because there continues to be a PPE shortage. And so that in the general public, that you're using a face covering. And in answer to your question, yes, face coverings are available, but, they can be as simple as a T-shirt that you, or a bandana that you place over your face. I think that's a little bit of the misnomer about this, is that it's a face covering, not an N95 mask or something that, if folks want to have higher merits of that, they certainly can, but that's not what is being called for in your ordinance.
Mr. Lawless, if I can also add, when our officers, if our officers do get dispatched or they contact somebody that is not wearing a mask, we have a plan in place. We've created some flyers that has the information on it, which has the requirements for the guidance for face covering requirements on there. They'll also, all the officers will be carrying masks, and will provide one if somebody, for some reason, does not have one. They make a mistake, they leave, or that sort of thing. They're not the most expensive masks, but they will be provided one to get them through whatever situation they're in for that time.
There were face coverings that were provided for free. So the answer is yes, we will provide one, but I think if the expectation is that we're going to provide them an N95 mask, that's not the expectation.
No, and a face covering is many different, it could be a scarf, it could be a handkerchief, it could be something. This is the face covering because somebody made it for me. I didn't go in, people are sewing their face masks or their face coverings, but there are different venues that are considered a face covering. Okay. Council, did you have any more comment? Did you have any more questions?
I do, Mayor, I have another
Okay.
question. Maybe this goes to the city manager or to the chief Prodel, but just want to make sure the community is clear in terms of the fact that this is not going to be, my belief is that this is not going to be a priority for our PD, right? Like, it's not going to be that, they have I want to make sure it's clarified to me that, if there's some sort of criminal activity happening, that PD have to respond to, versus two people that may not be wearing a mask at at a Walmart. They're required at Walmart, but any other store, that PD is not going to go after the folks in Walmart, as opposed to going to look for a look towards another priority criminal activity. So I know that the members of the public, I've seen some comments about that now PD is going to be enforcing enforcing this, and that they're going to prioritize this when they have other responsibilities. But I just want to make sure it's clear that it's not going to be that they're still going to prioritize other calls at the end of the day, right? Besides this.
I already indicated that, but I will let the chief speak, because I know I've read his bulletin to his department about this, so I'll let him answer that question.
Yes, it will be considered one of the lower priority services that we provide, and all of our contacts will be characterized as time permits. If our officers are on something, and almost everything else that they do is probably, for most people, a higher priority call, then they'll deal with that. They won't be dealing with mask if there's some type of criminal activity occurring that they're could be handling instead.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, may I also add one more thing?
Please.
That I hope the public doesn't start using the app that we have to start saying, oh, this person over there isn't wearing their face covering, or this person over there. We're putting this forward as educational, and we want to be aggressive in that area. The police department does have other things that are highly, in criminal case, in protecting our community. So I would hope the community doesn't start doing that and calling or using that app to tell on other people.
Thank you very much.
And I think it's absolutely, something we have to consider, that that some people won't, and we just may miss a few people. And I think that in the scheme of things, as long as you're attempting to get the most, I think that once you do that, then the outliers, the people who just refuse, will just decide that it's just what needs to happen. I know the information is so conflicting, and I can tell you, I'm not sure, I'm on a public health agency with the Air District. I can tell you that there's a lot of unpopular decisions that happen that affect people's livelihoods, affect their ability to, add on to their building or build a new facility. But it's all for the greater good of what's supposed to happen for us in the air quality as a public health agency. And I think that although we're not a public health agency, we have been directed by the state to act in this manner. And I think that's something that needs to be considered, is the depth of what's been requested of us. And, the expression, I believe, the expression that has to do with masks would be the type that you wear, not whether you wear one or not. And that's my opinion. And I just hope that people, and if you're not into it, just humor us. Try it. Just and just remind us that you know what we're all going through. Because the times we see people that don't, we're reminded that there's people who just, they don't seem to, it doesn't register that what's happening is actually happening. So, perhaps I've said enough already, but I definitely think that we're taking the right direction, and that as the wave rushes over the sand, the sand will then start to roll out to the ocean, and we'll all be on the same page.
Yes, and the bottom line, Mayor, is that just be respectful of others. That's all this comes down to. Just be respectful. If you don't like masks, you have to go inside a public building. Just put it on for a few minutes and walk out, whatever you do. But just be respectful.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. We've had a lot of discussion, and we've had a lot of expressions. And I'm going to be very thankful to the people that did submit their information and their communications to each and every one of us. It's now time to bring it back, if there's no further discussion, on behalf of the council. And what is it, which direction do you wish to go? Is there a recommendation?
I'll go ahead and move. Move that we follow the recommendation as presented to us by staff and for our discussions, that we truly want to be aggressive in education of our community on face covering.
We have a motion by
I'll second.
Just for
Okay,
clarification,
we
is
have
that a motion to adopt the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, the motion by Councilmember Garola, the second by Vice Mayor. Please call for vote. No further discussion.
Councilmember Garola? Aye. Councilmember Peñalosa? Aye. Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. Yes? All right, it is 8:17. Let's come back at 8:27. I'll add another 5, okay? 8:27. Back to meeting, please. We will now go on to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have, 9 scheduled matters before you this evening. The first is to consider consideration of membership in the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. As the council is aware, as its special meeting to consider the adoption of its fiscal year 2020-21 interim budget, City Council directed that at the prior fiscal year allocation of $27,590 for its TREDC, Tulare County EDC membership remain in the budget, and that the city's continued membership be considered upon receipt of its annual membership invoice. The next day, the EDC emailed the city its membership invoice for its consideration, which reflects a reduction of to $25,000. Which is based upon a new formula that the EDC has established for public agency membership based on population tiers. The City of Porterville was a founding member of the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation in 1983 and has been remained actively and consistently involved in its operation and funding since that organization's inception. It was formed in '83 by the County of Tulare and the county's 8 incorporated cities for the express purpose of recruitment of new industry locating to Tulare County and to encourage development of new jobs through industrial promotion. That's in the actual formation ordinance. And the members of council and staff have continued to emphasize the importance of collaborative economic development efforts across Tulare County and especially to the benefit of the southeastern region of the county. Through its historical participation and support of the EDC, the city has been successful in the location of several new industries to Porterville, including Walmart Distribution in 1991 and Pro Document Solutions in 2003. Through the prospect selection process, the city was successful in 2007 in the location and sale of approximately 35 acres of vacant city industrial property to Southern California Edison, which was for the planned development of a customer service center and maintenance facility. As the council is aware, SCE has developed the maintenance facility, which is approximately half of the 35-acre property, but to date has not developed the customer service center, nor has any plans to do so. As the council is aware, through consistent discussions with SCE, the rate case that the California Public Utilities Commission has really emphasized hard infrastructure improvements, transmission lines and pole replacements and things of that nature, and not for what they consider to be soft services like a customer service center. And so I would say lack of development at the site as a customer service center can be attributed to the lack of support by the Public Utilities Commission for their rate cases. But in the end, approximately 17 acres remains undeveloped at the SCE site. Through membership in the EDC, the city actively markets prospective industrial properties across the community and responds to potential industrial prospect inquiries, which includes current vacant privately owned facilities, and I'll give Beckman Coulter as the most recent example, as well as vacant land, which the city owns a 10-acre piece of property at J Street and Montgomery Avenue. Next to the public safety station. Over the last several years, the EDC has coordinated several initiatives to incentivize prospect consideration selection of industrial property, which has included a certified sites program for development and federally for development, which we participated in and have several certified sites. Our city was the most aggressive of the cities in the county in that program, as well as federally designated opportunity zones to eliminate or defer federal capital gains taxes, which the city has robustly participated, and I would say without recent success. In a SWOT analysis conducted by the EDC in 2019, the EDC identified the lack of major highway access and limited vacant buildings to respond to prospect requests for vacant space. At the council's request of June 2nd of 2020, EDC's presentation indicated that 36% of its active prospect portfolio, which is 23 of 63, are considering one or more Porterville sites for location, which requirements for rail service, proximity to the interstate, and available buildings being the main obstacles for more prospects considering Porterville. Given current financial challenges and consideration of economic development priorities during the COVID-19 pandemic, both the cities of Exeter and Farmersville have recently acted to discontinue its membership in the EDC for this coming year, and the city of Lindsay is also considering the same. County of Tulare recently acted to continue its membership in the EDC, which the cities of Dinuba, Tulare, and Visalia will be considering the same at upcoming meetings. Visalia considered it last night, and my understanding is they are continuing their membership on a quarterly review, quarterly process. So they didn't make a commitment for the full year, but are doing so on a quarter-by-quarter determination. The EDC has indicated its goal and objective over the next couple of years is to not rely on the public sector agencies for financial support and encourage additional private sector support. Prior to July 1st, the county and cities comprised 9 members of the 21-member board of directors and contributed $225,000 in annual revenue to the EDC, with the private sector contributing $21,000. EDC's 2021 budget reduces the county and public agencies' contribution by $52,500 to $172,500, with the objective of the private sector contributing an additional $129,000 for a total of $150,000 and increasing private sector membership to the board. Locally, Kevin McPhail, President CEO of CEO of Bank of Sierra, and Rob Taylor, Stafford Chocolates, were recently appointed to the board. So before the City Council is that they consider the city's continued membership in the EDC and invoice for $25,000 for the 2021 public sector membership dues. Happy to answer any questions.
Council? Before we begin discussion or dialogue on this matter, I would like to go on record that Mr. Saldana did reach out to me electronically and asked if he could schedule a time to meet with me to regard to the economic activities and city of Porterville. And I responded, and I wanted to thank him for his willingness to reach out and encourage his participation under oral communications at this meeting. And that's and to address us all collectively as the entire council. And again, that any details that we would have disclosed at that meeting or had conversation would have had to been reported out, and I would have done that at this meeting, just as a matter of record.
Since you brought that up, I did also want to mention, I did receive an email, and although reluctantly I didn't respond, I had to consider the importance and significance of something that I felt is my duty to operate under for at least my term here on council. And once I determined that it was potentially a meeting that would happen with individual council members, I didn't respond because I didn't want to create a violation of the Brown Act, something that I feel is very important to operate under, and I encourage that in the future we can try to remain under the Brown Act, as it is something that I think not only is it difficult to operate under, but it is significant and important enough for the public to know that we operate under the Brown Act.
Thank you very much. Council members.
Excuse me. So we've had several, well, not several. I'm the alternate. I'm not the voting member or the designated representative on the EDC. So we have had, I was at the first meeting, which I reported out at the last meeting of the council. Prior to that, we had a meeting with myself, Councilman Penalosa, I don't believe was there, but it was Mr. Lawless can help me out. I know it was Mr. Lawless, Jason Reinhauer,
Mr. Harness, who is the current president now of the EDC, as well as Colby Wells, past president now of the EDC.
Yes. So, excuse me. So in that particular meeting, we did address the membership. And one of the questions that I did ask was, questions that we've discussed in the prior meeting, and probably will discuss today. When was the last time that the city of Porterville had a project from the EDC in our area? And I believe it's been 13 years, Mr. Lawless.
Yeah, if you go back to 2007 with Southern California Edison, which was the most recent successful locate through the, I would say, the prospect selection process.
Yes. And so, and that the city had been through the process of certifying sites so that properties would be ready to go. And that we had also looked at that the staff had been doing things to bring in businesses as well. But I also discussed that we were going to have a new bridge that would be going on to 190 with the casino, so there was opportunities there. But I was also concerned with the transparency, as I think Vice Mayor Reyes has just mentioned, because that was part of the discussion we had during our meeting and that I brought up, and that the Brown Act could not be eliminated because as elected officials, that's what we use as our transparency to our communities. The answer to that, again, was that there would be less funds coming in from the public sector as opposed to the private sector. So the private sector currently has, I don't have all the figures in front of me, but it was roughly about a few $1,000s. But the goal was to get up to 150,000 this upcoming year so that they could have more of the public represented on the, the private represented on the board. So again, the elimination of the Brown Act was a concern to me. And so I asked, that when I look at the initial resolution that was created by the city council to participate in the EDC, I put these into questions. I didn't ask him this. I'm putting these into questions for you. The city council is supportive the new industry locating in this, for locations in this area, and encourages the development of new jobs through industrial promotions. And that the city council strongly believes that the recruitment of new environmentally clean industry growth to this area is vital to the financial well-being of the community. We were experiencing that at that time, high unemployment. And so recruiting industry for our existing households would be important for employment opportunities. And so my question would be, have we met each of those goals? Has the EDC met those goals for the city of Porterville that was initially in the initial resolution when Mary Doherty, who was the mayor at that time, signed this resolution? That's what I would pose to the council.
Councilmember Stowe.
I have no comment, Your Honor.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I, as the voting member for the EDC, I have to say that, looking back and, I know it's been said already, but, it's kind of unfortunate that it's been that long since we benefited from being part of the EDC. We approximately, been giving contributing to the EDC like almost $25,000 to $30,000 every year, and so that's a lot of money that that could be, that could directly be making an impact directly in our community, whether it's through other projects that we could be doing or our own economic development. Folks at our city are doing a fantastic job in itself already, and so I think the biggest thing for me when it comes to the EDC, it is the fact, and I have said this various times, it is the fact that we have the ability to talk to other members of other jurisdictions throughout the county, but at the same time, going to meetings where we really are just talking and not really bringing in those those actually doing something for the specific cities. It really puts us, I think, for me myself, puts me in a position where we're investing this much money into every year, but we're not really getting much out of it. And if the only thing we're getting out of it is just those relationships that we're able to build, then I for myself, don't see a great benefit of that. The other thing is that I'll mention is that, there has been, I think there's more action that I wish we could see from the EDC, that a more proactive, initiative from them to really prioritize the cities. It does concern me the fact that there is more voting members now, part of the EDC, that are from the private sector, because it really sets the tone as to the future of the decision and the priorities that the EDC will have. And so it is a big question mark that I have for myself is that whenever you now have a majority of voting members on a board that isn't it isn't the public sector, then it does draw some sort of concern for me. But I honestly want to give the benefit of the doubt to the fact that I do believe the EDC may have some good intentions in the work that they're doing. I know, John, I don't know what city you mentioned decided to move forward with looking at being a member for a quarter. They didn't commit to the whole year, but I don't know if that's something we would consider to see if the EDC is willing to really prioritize some things for this community of Porterville and to support future projects. But I mean, it really for me, it just comes down to the fact that it's really hard. It's really hard for me to think about continuing to put in money into something that really hasn't done much for us in return. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, I forgot to add one more thing.
Please.
And that is that for the upcoming term, the board, the administrative board has been primarily made up of the private sector. It is now has the city of Woodlake, city of Visalia, Supervisor Shetland, who's also going to be on there as well. So it does have the city representation on the administrative board.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the years that I used to sit in council chambers in the audience to observe, watch, and assess before I ever came on to run for council. And I vividly remember Mr. Saldana presenting maybe once or twice, and previous councils on the dais perhaps going through similar as to what we're going through today, as to projects, as to presentation and delivery. And I remember when Mr. Saldana came in and presented to us in 2017, when I first came on to council. I have a concern as I look at it, because what I see is the 99 aspect of between Tulare and Visalia. And when I see that there are obstacles with regard to Porterville, well, we actually have a lot of things that are coming to fruition in Porterville, and if you were a visionary, you could see some of those things. And it's not to be rude, harsh, or disrespectful. But with some of the economic development that our own department has been working, they've done a tremendous job of bringing those businesses in. And I find difficulty of making another investment for the dollar amount and have yet to see some delivery of product. I believed when Mr. Saldana reached out to me to tell me that there were projects in Porterville and to meet with him, I believed he would have presented collectively to address all of us as a council if there are. But I also believe that those communications should be made with our community development and our economic development. I may be a standalone on this, but with the casino project, with the economic growth and the development in that area, we have an asset that is sitting out there, and it's our airport. I have yet to see this department, this organization even bring something to the table to that regard. It's very good on paper, and the work plan, the PowerPoint presentations, but I believe a lot of the concerns that have been addressed before is the delivery of the product and to see if there are things that should be brought to the table. Anyone else have to say anything?
Well, I sat on the EDC board for a couple of years and sat on the administrative committee. I believe the mission of the EDC is an important one. But the issue is that it's a tough gig because there's no way to guarantee that someone is going to either locate or is even really serious about locating. They may be just looking around. Sometimes hopes get up and then sometimes things don't happen. Maybe they're looking at different regions. So it is tough. It's a tough thing to work with. And having worked for with a membership organization, I know how tough keeping everybody happy can be at times. It is tough, and especially when things are out of your control. But when I look also at those years, there were times when the public agencies would have questions and they would saber rattle or say they were leaving, the county would leave, and then someone else would, maybe even quarterly payments and things like that. That's really difficult to have any consistency in moving forward. And I think back to my days in the Consolidated Waste Management Agency when everybody's fine when it's all equal and they don't have anywhere to put the stuff and they're getting money and it's a pool and we're all complying with the state regulations. But as soon as people start seeing an alternative or parting that out, it doesn't become as beneficial for the whole entire group. And the same thing starts happening. The sabers start rattling, the numbers start changing, and that's a little bit tricky. And also when I take a look at some of the private additions, the thing that's a little bit confusing to me is with our investment of $25,000, and I look at who they've put on from Porterville businesses, they can probably double or triple what our contribution is, and maybe be more successful at having influence on whether those other businesses come or not. Why? Because one of the new members is head of a successful business. The other is head of a successful bank. There's lots of reasons why other people would choose to work with them, because cities are often looked at as not business friendly, which in our case, I think we're very business friendly, but that's just my opinion. So I can see where it's a difficult decision to look at the investment versus the outcomes, knowing that it's not always in the complete control of the EDC, but at the same time, the mayor makes some points about the developments that are happening here. Now, some of those are challenged by current times, and I believe all projects are going to be challenged by current times. So even that is a little bit of a downer in the whole equation. But I do believe the mission is an important one, it's just finding the balance, finding, the locations when it's needed, and making sure that everybody is feeling that they're getting the same result, which is very hard to guarantee.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to really stay in the middle so that I'm not swaying the council one way or the other with my own personal views. And but I have to say that when I look at the packet that was given to us for council today, and I put a big red circle around it because it really bothered me. As an administrative director for 30-some years, if I was going to present to my board, or if I was going to present to the state or anybody, I surely wouldn't give all the weaknesses of the organization. And if you look, all our weaknesses are listed there for everyone to see. And what I would rather do is say, those are not weaknesses. We still have strengths. And when I look at the slide presentation, I'm just really, when I see weaknesses, and then our strengths are only like 4 things, the presentation could have been so much better in terms of where we would be eager to say, yes, we want to be a part of it. Yes, we want to do this. We know you can do this. We know you're going to be able to do these, make some changes. But I didn't hear any of it. And that was, for me, the disheartening part, is that I didn't feel the enthusiasm that I do with other agencies to be a part of it.
I'm going to echo and I'm going to chime in because this is why I brought forth the airport. Because we do have it and it's there. And I want, it would be, and by the way, Mr. Saldana is here. He's in the audience. I just need to let you, council, know, because I don't know if you can see that through the Zoom, but I wanted to let you know. So where this was identified, if it was done by one individual or if it was done by a group of individuals, or how did they get there? And I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Garola, as to your wanting to remain in the middle. But I'm chiming in from the years of coming to council meetings and sitting in the audience and watching and observing and listening. And it's a different venue. Now, I haven't heard from Councilmember Stowe. Is there something you would like to chime in, Councilmember Stowe?
Well, I think you all know my feelings. I just don't think we really received anything from the Economic Development Corporation for the last 15 years. So I just think we're just throwing up money out, and I think we should have the money and utilize it with our own staff as bringing in businesses for us. I think we lost out here, in the southeast part of the county, and no one thinks of us when it comes to business. And I think we're helping ourselves. No one else is helping us. And so I just think we should distribute that money so we can help ourselves and for something that's more functional.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have anything else to say? Oh, Councilmember Garola.
No, I was just asking if that was a motion.
Oh, not yet. I can't. Councilmember, hang on a second. Councilmember Peñalosa.
No, Mayor, I didn't have anything else to add.
Okay. I'm going to ask council members on the line and Vice Mayor. Mr. Saldana is raising his hands. Do you wish to hear him? I had invited him to present under oral communications for this item. Yes? Mel,
That's fine with me, yes. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I just want to make it.
No objection for me.
No objection? Okay. Mr. Saldana?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Certainly been taking lots of notes to your comments, and I'd like to answer a few questions, but also just provide some background to some of the issues that have been discussed. You know, I think it was the summer of 2018 or so, the Vice Mayor Reyes was part of the EDC leadership team that helped facilitate a board discussion to develop a plan to preserve the EDC as an organization and the opportunity to be more results-driven. And that was a shift from the prior, I guess, approach that the EDC took. When members of the council had heard updates from myself or others about the EDC activity, most of that activity was, and most of our approach was very reactive. We reacted to businesses coming in. We took sites from the communities that were submitted, and we presented that information. There was no, as Councilmember Penalosa pointed out, there was no preactive or proactive approach to that. That has shifted. In this last year, our approach has been, this is our first fiscal year in this new model where we're more proactive and we're more engaged in individual projects in the communities. So, you know, in this year, we've done projects in Lindsay, or located projects in Lindsay, Woodlake, and Visalia. Lindsay and Woodlake, same situation, have not had a project located in years. We were able to actually focus in those areas. So it is a very fair question to ask, what about Porterville? And as the city manager pointed out, there are 36% of the active projects that we're currently managing. One of those projects that we're currently managing is a specific project that we only marketed the airport, for the Porterville Airport, for that project. It was a statewide search, and it continues to be an open project. But that was one where we worked with your staff on ensuring that that we could push that project through and focus entirely on Porterville. I want to point out a few things that we had mentioned in our conversation with Councilmember Garola about some of the things that we're doing and that we plan on doing in this fiscal year, because we have the ability to be more community-centric and more community-focused. First, your investment leverages $200,000 in marketing that we do in targeting businesses and companies around the country. So you're part of a leverage of that. In addition to that, we have an additional $250,000 that we'll have this coming fiscal year that we're able to invest in projects. One of those projects that we're working with is a food processing operation, and that food processing operation has expressed an interest in having a retail location in the Porterville area. And so that's a specific project that we're working on specifically here in Porterville. There was a mention and discussion about the private sector, and Councilmember Penalosa has been very persistent in terms of saying, where's the status of the private sector investment at the board meetings? And that is one of the reasons why we've added the private sector members, not just to assist us in that, but to influence the benefit for the communities. Our Community Investment Fund, as an example, we firmly believe, and we've talked to staff about this, and we're committed to doing this year. We believe that if we identified a site and we started construction on a 250,000 square foot or a larger distribution center spec building in the city of Porterville, that building would be filled before it's completed. And to ensure that, we can use our Community Investment Fund, which is entirely private dollars, to guarantee the developer a lease, which means he could take that lease, go to the bank, borrow the money, and start building the building. That is how much we believe in the opportunity that is here in Porterville. We've engaged just in the last few weeks with the owner of a building in the downtown area, and we've talked to staff about this, that has reached out to assistance to find somebody suitable to take over that project or come up with another alternative. The city manager mentioned the Southern California Edison And the excess land there, we've actually engaged in an executive level conversation with SCE on what, if they can't do something with that property, what we might be able to partner with to do that. We have a nonprofit and a charitable organization that's affiliated with the EDC that can certainly do that. I know Sam Diaz is here from our staff. He reported a couple weeks ago about Fueling Our Communities program, where we purchase meals from local restaurants to deliver to senior and care homes, and not just in Porterville, but some of the restaurants are delivering as far as Exeter. So we're making those investments as part of that $100,000 grant program. So again, I guess the emphasis that I want to make is that this last fiscal year that we just completed was the first year of this new model, this new transformation of the EDC being able to work in local communities and identify specific projects. And the reason we're able to do that is because of the increased opportunity and partnership with the private sector. I think that you'll find that this flexibility and innovation that we have allows us to do more and will allow us to do more. And I can't go back over the last 15 years and say why we couldn't do that, other than to say is that the organization from a structural, from a financial, and from a governance standpoint was limited in what it could do when it received all of its funding, or a majority of its funding, from the public sector. Now that the private sector has stepped forward and is contributing literally hundreds of thousands of dollars to help support economic development, we could take that money and specify where that money is invested. And you have our commitment from the EDC that you will see some of that investment in this coming fiscal year. I do want to, before I close, clarify a couple of things. One, the action by the Visalia City Council was they voted in favor of participating, or their membership, for this next fiscal year, and they will be making their payments on a quarterly basis, following a quarterly report. So it's not a rolling quarter by quarter type of action. It's an annual action, but with those quarterly updates. I think everybody recognizes we can't have locates happen in a 3-month period of time, but it's really the opportunity to review the progress that we're making on the things that we're talking about. And certainly if the council maintains its membership, we would be welcome to, and we would encourage the opportunity to come back on a quarterly basis and go through this list of things and say, here's where we've made progress on those specific projects here in Porterville, and not that generic type of information that has really we've been saying in the past. So it's a new day, it's a new opportunity, and it's a new fiscal year. And again, I've been saying this is our second year. It's our 33rd year as an organization, but it's our second year as a transformed organization that is more able to be flexible and innovative. So with that, I would respectfully request that you continue with the cities and the county in joining the EDC this year.
Thank you very much. Council members. All I see are the names on the screen.
I want to thank Mr. Saldana for coming in.
Yeah.
Some of the things I've said, he knows that I've said it to him already in our discussion. So, and I understand that there's going to be a new rise, a new change. I don't see a lot of the substance in the plan, though, and that's what's concerning for me, is that I don't see sufficient substance in the plan. So, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
Well, I want to thank you for the report too, because that's probably the most enlightening thing I've heard in the last 13 years, regarding what's going to happen in the Porterville area, but it's still yet to remain to be seen. So I just, I find it hard to continue supporting someone when we aren't getting any benefit out of it. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would say, you know, I won't add any more of what I said already, but I'm trying to figure out what's the most, you know, fairest thing to do here, and I do agree with I thank Paul for coming to the meeting today and talking about some of the changes. And I do believe that the mission of the EDC is a great mission in you know, when you write it out and it's a mission statements and it's great, but it's difficult whenever you don't see the mission reflected in the actions. And you know, it's hard, especially whenever it comes to the funding, right? To approving the funding, there seems to be more proactiveness when it comes close to that. And so I just wish that we had more proactive, you know, things happening outside of just, you know, waiting until we are looking to extend our membership or to continue our membership. Myself, I would recommend that, you know, my recommendation, and maybe I'm just the only one that thinks so, is to just continue our membership for a quarter and see what happens. And I would like to see if that's a possibility. But you know, I'll let the rest of council, you know, have a conversation about what they think may be the best moving forward.
I'm going to chime in on our conversation that looking at the work plan, and I read it and I looked at it, and it's very good on paper. But again, the concern is about the delivery and the substance. Now, Councilmember Stowe, you bring a lot of history to the table. And in the time that I've been on council, I have seen our department take a lot of proactive steps to bring the businesses in that they have brought in. And I am well aware that they have worked with organizations, and there are organizations that have called to ask them, and they've been very good about assisting them with information, if they're looking for a building, if they're looking for housing, if they're looking for that information, it's been made available to them. Only because I'm not talking about, I don't want to keep reiterating that I have seen the presentations before. I'm actually talking about the delivery of the product, of the delivery of what's being stated, and to bring the businesses in. And again, Porterville has sort of been left out. That's simple and to the point. And all of a sudden, I'm grateful and I'm thankful that Mr. Saldana did come in and to share his information. But I see the venue along the lines of Councilmember Stowe, because you can say we can pay you quarterly, but how much can you produce in 3 months if this is where you are right now? Can you, you know, and it's sort of like writing out a plan to remedy. How do you fix it? And where is it going to be in 3 months when there are so many things that you have to think about to make a project happen? Vice Mayor, do you have anything to say?
I do, and, you know, it's, I don't know if it's off or not, but we have other agreements that we sign with other organizations, and one that I think of is actually a contract for service. Understanding this isn't a contract for service, but just in reference to that, there's a contract for service that was an annual contract for service, but it was paid after the fact, and it was done based on the things that we had indicated needed to happen being accomplished, and then the money was then released. In fairness, you know, because of timelines and things, which there's similarities here, that was changed to quarterly, but it was still after the fact. It was still, should the things we outlined be completed, then the money was released. Now, I know that that's probably not an effective way for an organization like the EDC to operate, but it's the direction that we've been moving as a council to keep things accountable and to make sure that from the starting line, the expectations are there, and should they not be met, then there is a look at that. And I know that's different than any other agreement, but short of just, here, because my thought process is, if we leave for a quarter, we're going to be out because nothing's going to happen in a quarter that's going to be either positive or negative, especially right now. If we pay per quarter, we'll last one quarter because if we pay ahead, and then nothing will happen in 3 months. But if we set guidelines forward after that quarter, if they've been met, we'll find out whether it was worth it. So I just want to throw that out there as an alternative. Otherwise, from what I'm hearing, it's a very difficult thing to have what we want accomplished. And, just to give credit to our staff, they're able to accomplish quite a lot. Even under these times, there's still things that are in the works. And Councilmember Stowe, I do agree with you that we have some talented people. I'm sure one of the other council members said it too. But I believe that the mission is important. It's just whether we adopt the mission ourselves or whether we stay with someone. But those are my thoughts, and that paying ahead does seem to be the biggest issue year after year, because each time we think this year's going to be our year, and then it's not, and then we hope next year's going to be our year, and then occasionally we get something. I'll acquiesce to that, but that is really what makes it tough, is the investment in not having the result that year.
Mayor, I'm going to ask that you call for the question.
Pardon me?
I'm going to ask that you call for the question. In other words, that you call for a motion.
Okay. I was going to, thank you so much. Let's do that. Let's call for the question, call for the motion. If there's no further discussion, let's do that.
I would move that we would not continue our membership with the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation, sit back, just as Tulare County did 1 year or a couple of years, and see how it progresses, and utilize those funds within our own city to move economic development forward with our own staff.
We have a motion on the table, and I'm going to second that. Is there any further discussion? See that there is none, call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Nay.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes 4-1. Thank
Now,
you.
Your Honor, if I may have
Please.
just quick input. If something happens within the next year or so, I'll be the first one to reinstate, or say that we reinstate. But I just gotta see something. I haven't seen anything in the last 15 years, and I've been here. I've seen this show before. I mean, it's an old movie. It's Groundhog's Day. They're rerunning the same thing. So I just gotta get something out of it.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your second scheduled matter this evening is consideration of a nuisance abatement, cost recovery amount and special assessment for 472 North Villa Street. And City Attorney will provide a staff report on that. Or Jenny, are you?
I thought I was, but
Okay, go
if
ahead.
Julia's prepared.
I know Julia's.
I will defer to community development.
Yeah, Jenny can
Thank you,
lead it
Mr.
off.
Lawless, Mayor and council members. We brought this item to City Council a couple times. It's for 472 North Villa Street. We were working through an abatement and we have finally come to negotiations. The city and the property owner have agreed to settle at the amount of $30,000 in order to assure that it be added to a special assessment. This mechanism will allow the property owner to proceed with the sale of the property and guarantee payment either in advance or through the sale of the property. I will say that our attorney, as well as the special, our Silver and Wright, have received the agreement, and so they're okay with that part of it. So at this point, all that we're recommending is that the city council direct the city manager or his designee to levy a special assessment in the amount of $30,000 on 472 North Villa Street.
And I'll just add that this proposed action is actually consistent with the terms of the settlement agreement.
Move for approval.
We have a
I'll
motion,
second.
and we have a second. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Penaloza,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous. We'll go on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next would be consideration of placement of measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot to consider cannabis-related excise tax. And I'm going to defer again to the city attorney and Ms. Hildreth. I want to, first of all, thank them for jumping through. There aren't going to be adequate words to describe the work that has happened in the last couple of weeks to get this to you in this form, to ensure that you are meeting the county's timeline for election measures. So I really want to appreciate the diligence that the city attorney and Ms. Hildreth have done to make sure that this is in front of you, to make sure the county is able to get this on the ballot in November.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. And we've already talked quite a bit about this ordinance, but consistent with your direction at the last meeting, staff did further develop the draft ordinance and refine the draft ordinance, and also put together a resolution proposing to submit the ballot measure to the voters of the city of Porterville. So if approved by the voters, the measure would enact a maximum tax rate of $25 per square foot, which would be permitted to be annually adjusted by the applicable CPI, or a 10% of gross annual receipts. The full text of the proposed ordinance is attached to the resolution. I would add, there was comments earlier, and actually it was a good catch, because when I was doing this, when I did a red line and then did the acceptance of the changes, it looks like a couple things, that one item got through. So if you go to where it said premises, definition of premises, and you look at that last, sentence in that part, it's actually a sentence fragment that should not have been in there. So this is a contiguous should just not be crossed out entirely. I think and you don't, I would not propose you add any further defining to premises. You just leave it at that. It can be further defined or further restricted later. And that was the point, is that we didn't need to get into that level of detail for this at the moment. So yeah, so that part would just be totally, I propose that be taken out of the final draft that's approved. And then I also had one minor change to the resolution, finding it here. And that was in the ballot measure language itself. There's a proposed, ballot language in there. And I would actually propose that the first sentence of that measure be taken out. I prefer not to have a 2-sentence ballot measure, because generally speaking, they should be in the form of one question. It should be one sentence. And I don't think it's necessary, because this is now that we're in 2020, back in 2016, this was kind of a new thing. So when people were enacting their taxes in 2018, they wanted to point out to the voters that in fact, that this had been legalized, that voters had actually approved the imposition of taxes. I don't think we need to point that out. So those are just a couple minor changes. But other than that, I'd request, and staff would request that the council review this and consider for approval the draft ordinance and resolution for submission of the matter to the voters of the city of Porterville. Thank you.
Council members.
I'd just like to also thank the city attorney and Patrice Hilberth for the work that they've done on this. I don't understand why the county has it so early. Everything is done electronically. It's a matter of putting things into another document by either copying or pasting. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just want to say thank you to our staff, the city attorney, for working on this as well. And just to be, I want to make sure, for folks that think that we're going to be taxing more people, this is only, just going back to it, it's exclusively to the cannabis businesses, just to be clear. And this would be just an imposed tax for those businesses.
And I'll add too that most of businesses are actually, they prefer that they have this than what we currently got, which is to negotiate it via development agreement. So, not all of them are in agreement necessarily, but most are, they're used to having to pay a local tax. That's part of their models.
Councilmember Stowe, any comment, any?
I too appreciate the hard work, and I make a motion that we should consider this and approve, and put in a draft ordinance and for the taxes.
We have a motion. I'll go ahead and second. If there's no further discussion, please call
Can I
for
ask
vote.
too that the motion include the staff's ability to make any conforming changes subject to county's approval?
Yes.
Sure.
I just had that thought as we've done this before.
Please.
I'll include that into my motion.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor,
yes.
I do also want to thank the individuals from the public that came forward to provide changes that made this, they caught those. Thank them.
And if I could just make one comment, I would like to thank the folks that put all the work into it, and this has been one of the legs in the journey to get us there, and that all the way along, we've tried to be fair and look at the middle ground from every direction we've seen, even so far as to have intermediate steps that now after this, this will then be what we're looking at. But when you have input from the public that is as constructive as we've seen, it makes me feel confident in the process and the fairness we use to get there.
Thank you very much. All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Please call for vote. There'll be no further discussion.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next scheduled matter in order is a consideration of placement of measure on November 3rd, 2020 ballot to consider an increase to the city's transit occupancy tax. And again, want to say the same words, appreciate all the work. Actually, in this regard, when the city had done a lot of this, a lot of the paperwork was done on typewriter. So a lot of, appreciate Fernando's help as well in trying to get to this. So this has been another great effort to make sure that this is in final form, ready for your approval this evening. So with that, I'll defer to City Attorney and Ms. Hildreth and even Fernando if you'd like to chime in.
I can take it since, thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of the council. Again, in accordance with council's direction, we prepared a draft resolution and ordinance for the submission of a ballot measure increasing the city's transient occupancy tax from 8% to 12%. I ended up doing a more comprehensive review of this ordinance and these regulations in light of the fact that the regulations have been in place since 1965, pretty much without any changes. So I really wanted to make sure that while we're doing this, if we're going to do it, we may as well look and see what it makes sense to also change. So what I ended up doing, we ended up reformatting and consolidating some of the items to streamline them. For example, we had like 5 former penalty sections where you really could consolidate it into one penalty section and kind of clarify what they were all for. The process for claiming refunds now expressly references the city's general claim procedures, which we didn't have, and I think it's good practice to do that, so that it's clear that we're just going to proceed with that the claim statutes do apply to these kinds of claims as well. And then we added a section that addresses that modifications can be made or additional sections can be added to the regulations so long as the tax is not increased beyond the rate approved by the voters. And that'll allow us the ability to do housekeeping changes if we need to later without having to go back to the voters to do that. And then the main new area, which we talked about a little bit last time, but I really did kind of change my approach to this after doing some case law review and looking at some samples that other cities have undertaken in the last couple years. We addressed the rental agents issue or the online travel companies issue. So we've added new regulations that add explicit requirements by rental agents concerning third-party transactions. These are added to assist the city in assessing and recouping the full TOT owed by the transient, regardless of the arrangements made between the transient hotel operators and or the various third-party rental agents and online travel companies. So with that, we're recommending the City Council review this and consider for approval this resolution that would approve the submission of a ballot measure authorizing the adoption of the transient occupancy tax ordinance, increasing the tax amount by 4% and confirming equal treatment of online and traditional bookings to the voters of the City of Porterville at the November 3rd, 2020 general election, and consolidating the election with the city's general municipal election on that date. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council members, do you have any questions?
I had one on the hotel, under hotel definitions. Would bed and breakfasts be under that? Is that like an inn?
Yes. Really, it covers any rental, any rent that's for under 30 days.
Okay.
So yeah, it's really meant to cover all types. Airbnb, bed and breakfast. Really, Airbnb is kind of taken over the bed and breakfast market, but bed and breakfast, hotels, motels, various forms of lodging. It's really a pretty expansive definition. And actually, our definition was already pretty good and covered most of those things already. So.
Yep. The other is I just wanted to restate that since 1995. This particular item has not been touched. So when you go to other cities, especially those that are very tourist cities, you're paying a TOT tax. I mean, it's there. And so I don't believe that it's going to result in less people coming to our area. As a matter of fact, right now we have more people coming to the area because of our Sierra. So
yeah, the tax rate is in line with what is proposed, within the range of what's paid in other communities. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, do you have any questions or comment?
No, I just think that, it's been a while since we raised this, and I traveled a lot, during my years of refereeing basketball and I never received a tax rate of 8% from hotels. So I think we're due, and everything is, is changing, and we need to, collect some money so we can, make our city aesthetic as possible and attract more tourists.
Thank
And
you.
I don't think this 12%, this 4% increase is going to change it. They're going to come and stay at the hotel.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that, I'm always grateful that any tax measures always get the ability to go to the voters. So I definitely am in favor of allowing this measure to go on to allow our community to make the decision. And so what I would like to ask is, just to get some sort of information. Currently, the TOT amounts, revenue that we receive, where does it go to exactly right now?
It's a general,
So that-
it's a general, Yeah,
It's a general tax.
It's a general fund income.
So that any additional monies, we can always, put some of that aside to reinvest it into our businesses, if we decide that as a council, right?
Right, so it's a general fund revenue, so it's subject to whatever the council's budgetary directions are.
Yeah, so, thank you. I just wanted to, get some clarification on that. And so, it's something that I look forward to seeing, our community make a decision on. And I think it'll be a good idea. It hasn't been changed since way before I was born. So, sorry, FYI, too much information.
Rub it in, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Really? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think, if the low rate wasn't enough to pack them in, I think we can look at some other ways to bring people to our area, because a lot of people that are coming, they're not from our area, and you have to remember, I think one of the comments had to do with maybe, unfairly charging people and making them not come here. That's I don't know that that's necessarily the case, because most people that come here are coming from a much have a little bit more resources to spend just from the fact that they're traveling. And I think that there's significant investment happening here with the Mighty 190 and just the general energy that will happen. COVID has definitely put a damper on it, but people will be looking for places to go that are less populated, where they'll still be able to get a good deal, and they'll still be able to, see what else is in town and still be affordable. So I have no impression that this is by any way going to change anybody's desire to come here because of a slight change like this. And as Councilmember Stowe said, that it's pretty rare that you'd find something that low as what we had anywhere. And I think it's a great idea.
I have no comment other than to echo some of the sentiments that have already been expressed, and believe that it does need to go on the initiative on the ballot. So if there's no further discussion, council recommendation?
Move for approval of the draft ordinance and draft resolution. I can't speak. Resolution, thank you.
And can I ask too, that motion include any conforming changes needed pursuant to direction from Tulare County?
We
And
have-
any changes that are required by the county as stated.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Garola
I'll second.
and a second by Councilmember Stowe. If there's no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Garola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item is consideration of the continued sale of safe and sane fireworks in the city, and I'm going to allow Chief Lapierre to provide that staff report.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Mr. Lawless, and everyone else present. During other matters, at its meeting of July 7th, 2020, at the request of Council Member Garola, City Council acted to consider the continued sale of safe and sane fireworks as scheduled matter at its meeting of July 21st, which is tonight. California State Fireworks Law, Health and Safety Code 12500 classifies items that qualify as fireworks, specifically who may possess or sell them, and dictates when and where they may be discharged. In current times, we have had a exponential amount of illegal fireworks coming into not just our city, but into all cities up and down the state. It speaks to a bigger problem that I believe could be handled at state border or in our docks and our borders where they're coming in from outside our country. What we can't speak to that here. I don't have control of it, but Trying to control the safe and sane, or sorry, the illegal fireworks amongst the safe and sane is very difficult for law enforcement and code enforcement with the small amount of force that we have with what's going on. We do realize it's hard for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, pets, and even the general public with nuisance with them trying to sleep and conduct their lives, and it speaks to the quality of life that's going on in Porterville. But with the introduction of fireworks back in 2011, Safe and Sane, it made an increase of illegal fireworks usage, you know, and as it climbed through until this date here. So when you look at it, we had citations that were running around 9 citations per season, and they've escalated to 20, and now they're up to 29 per this year. So available for questions for the staff report at this time if you have any.
Thank you very much. Council members.
Chief, how many staff members do you have on duty at the time during the 4th of July? Do you
During the 4th of
double
July?
up, or do you triple up, or do you have the same amount of staff members on duty?
You asking me how many staff members we have during the 4th of July for code enforcement? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, to help curb the fireworks.
So we have, we usually run 4 to 5 code enforcement out. There'll be some of our arson unit that runs, but we have to double up with a police officer. To give you an understanding of the problem is you have safe and sane fireworks that are going off, which throws smoke, sulfur, plume up with also with the illegal fireworks that are being discharged. And then we encounter large groups of people that are intoxicated, and that when we're trying to enforce the city's ordinance and state ordinance. So, but we have about, I believe, 4 to 5 units in the field coordinating with dispatch, and then I also upstaff with fire units to control fires that have occurred during the 4th of July event.
And how many stands are allowed to sell? How many stands we have in is it lottery or?
We do have a lottery. I don't have it on the top of my head what the per capita is, but I believe we have 13 to 14 booths that go within our borders, and then the county also has booths that sit on outside of our city boundaries.
So every organization doesn't get to have a stand. It's just 13 per year. And
I don't.
However, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I understand. The safe and sane fireworks, I don't know that the number of booths correlate to the number of illegal fireworks that are coming in. As the staff report reflects, there's some criminal activity that's involved in maybe larger sting operations, but those are very complex and will involve not just code enforcement, but law enforcement, and I believe is a very dangerous activity for just code enforcement to be involved in, and I'd have to, speak to, or have the police chief speak to what that would be involved if we went that way with it. And there's lots of overtime costs when we put people out in the field as well.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that the safe and sane booths are selling illegal fireworks, but at least not in Porterville. At least I hope not.
We've never found that to be the case at this point.
Yeah. However, I do think it's the potential of damage that it can cause. I mean, you put fire in a child's hand, and anything can happen. And we have in that case, we have half the people in the population of Porterville with safe and sane fireworks, and there's always that potential. And everyone said, well, it's gonna hurt the nonprofit groups. However, the damage that the potential it could have, hurting and burning a family out of their homes, or whatever the case may be, is I think is much more extensive than the nonprofit groups would make. So. That's just my thought for now.
Councilmember,
Ask a question.
oh, go ahead, Councilmember.
Going along the same lines that Councilmember Stowe had, Chief, so are you saying that the safe and sane fireworks sort of make it more difficult to capture those that are having illegal fireworks?
It doesn't make it easy. And yes, I'm saying that. It is harder to go down a block that's got people out on its sides. They fire the fireworks out in the street, sometimes using ladders and other devices to, heighten the experience. And we're having to navigate through that. Plus, there's also a lot of smoke production, which gives you not a telltale sign where the illegal firework came from, and they're intermixed. It makes it more difficult. I couldn't give you a percentage of it, but it would be easier if they were not there. But yeah, it makes it difficult.
So when the public complains that these illegals are making this enormous sound and just going all over, it is more difficult to capture those because the safe and sane also go up in the air, don't they?
The safe and sane don't leave the air. They're not allowed to. They do have like a fountain, if you will, 6 to 8 feet off the ground. Say the illegal fireworks get discharged, throughout the July, and so they're probably being some discharged tonight. And they'll when they're doing it like that, you see it where they'll discharge 1 or 2 and then they quit. And so then we get the report, you go out and you can't find anything because there's only 1 or 2 have been discharged. But when you have the safe and sane going off, there's a higher rate of the illegals going off at the same time.
And the other question I had was in the communications, somebody had said social host should incur the liability and penalty. So the social host would be that person whose home is being used to host the fireworks event or the 4th of July event. Have you seen that in other cities?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Have you seen?
The city of,
speaking
my
with
understanding, the
others,
city of Clovis does that.
do they?
Yeah, and I've had some communications with the city manager about it recently, and we'll be looking into that extensively. But it's my understanding the city of Clovis does that if they discharge from that residence, whether it's a renter or it is a property owner, they will bill the property owner.
Okay. And then my last question is, and I'm going to go back some time. So when I was a child or when I was younger, you used to have the fireworks, and I'm sure some of you can remember that, were the little, that you just twirl and they were simple fireworks. Sparklets, thank you. And we progressed to now this, even within the sane and safe fireworks, we have progressed into a more elaborate show. And as indicated by Councilmember Stowe, many of these, and even prior to this year, when we'd see our grandchildren play, I think that's fire. It didn't produce a nice, flare. It was like a fire sticking out of a stick. So, and that's what concerns me is that, we have fireworks at the Freedom Fest. It is always full with people. And I believe this year, because of COVID, that we had all these fireworks that were just going off. And I agree with you, Chief, that the sane and safe fireworks sort of camouflage those illegal ones. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, in answer to the question, to differentiate between illegal and safe and sane, generally, anything that makes a loud bang, as they say, is illegal. None of the safe and sanes make a loud bang. None of them can be aerials. So they can have fountains that have spout to them, but they can't leave the ground as a projectile or as an aerial. So those are some of the defining things of that. And they have to be certified by the California State Fire Marshal's Office. The companies are aware of that. So they come up with new products and they have to demonstrate those to the state, and the state then approve. It's the California State Fire Marshal's Office that actually makes that determination. Now, there are legal firework. There are safe and sanes that are modified. They used to be called Whistling Pete's. I don't know what they're called today.
Piccolo Pete.
Or Piccolo Pete's, where they're modified and turned into an explosive device. And there, you can go on the internet and find that. I've had at least one conversation amongst my colleagues, city managers, and the county CAO about looking at, even within the safe and sane, could we look at making certain of the safe and sanes not a product that's allowed for sale in Tulare County, because they can be modified. Plus, they also have the shrill, they're called the Piccolo. Thank you, Piccolo Pete. They make that shrill sound, and that is a safe and sane firework, which you can, you could. Even if that is safe and sane, you could restrict the sale of that product in the city. What you're going to see is that if you don't have the county, for example, on that, you're still going to see that being purchased, even in the safe and sane. You could still cite that as being one that's not allowed, and make that one of those things subject to enforcement as well. What I also wanted to mention, so there is a conversation that I've started with my colleagues about better coordination. We both agree that public safety, both the fire and police across the county, perhaps a task force is established on illegal fireworks. Every community, unincorporated communities and cities, saw a huge proliferation of illegal fireworks. That happened across the nation. We do believe, I would say it's conjecture, but it was well too organized. This has a backbone in it. This wasn't just folks going across the border, putting it in the back of in the trunk of a car and bringing them over. There was an organized effort. It's a sense that that's the case. Perhaps if a task force was set up of public safety personnel, fire and police, that they're countywide, similar to other task force that get set up, there might be some. Because I don't know that you're going to make a dent in this locally if there isn't a countywide effort in this regard. So I've initiated that conversation. I think there was concurrence that this is one that the Fire and Chiefs Association should be taking up and looking at. Do we form a task force? Is this a significant enough issue to warrant a countywide task force similar to vehicle theft or some of the other task force that have been formed?
I think you bring up a good point, because unless there's a countywide look at this and how to make it work, our guys will just be on mutual aid all night putting out fires that are in the county, while they're supposed to be trying to do exactly what some of the complaints are, which is look out for folks in the city. Now, I know they wouldn't, just leave without making sure that there was protection here, but why not look at it from a regional perspective? And I think one of the questions I had for the chief was, your plans probably go for maybe a couple weeks, but probably nothing like what we saw this year, right? Probably nothing like
That's correct. Just like the city manager is saying, it's been exponential this year.
And one of the things that occurred to me even before this, and it didn't get much traction because there was a lot of stuff going on, but I even tried to float an idea about, hey, maybe this year we shouldn't if this COVID thing catches on, because we may be stretched thin. And I can't help but think that we were probably stretched thin throughout this, and even having to consider that through this whole process. So I do think that no matter what we do, we need to have a safeguard in there that if it's December or January, we can say not going to happen if there's something else going on, and be able to have the local control. But one thing I did want to mention was the two most popular questions at a fireworks booth are, do you have any of the 2-for-1 or the 3-for-1, and which ones go, and then the answer is none of them go in the air. But everybody thinks they do because everybody else is launching them. But one of the most pertinent questions here, and I think it's important for us to realize there's two factors. Are we talking fireworks? Are we talking fundraising? If we're talking fundraising, we can work with that. If we're talking fireworks, that's this conversation we're having, and I know that there's a lot of people that if their fundraising depends on fireworks, that's where their concern is. But where it gets there is confusing to me because it's a lottery, and I don't understand how anybody can budgetarily program something they're not guaranteed. And as it was mentioned before, in comparison to firearms, fireworks are not enshrined in the Constitution as a right. So I think it comes down to local control, and it's amazing to me, it's quite a country when two items can come up, and one group of folks is saying, I'll never follow the state's guidelines, and the other one is simply embracing the fire marshal's guidance, which has been practically defunded anyway. So I think we need to really look at whether it's fundraising or fireworks, because there's ways that we can do that. If we have a Freedom Fest, we can look at ways to include nonprofits in booths or something out there. We can even look at extending it to multiple days, having Freedom Days, which we already have a proclamation for. But if it's simply to keep fireworks companies in business, because I can't help but hear the consistency and arguments for it have been down the party line, or not party line, but the company line of the fireworks company that really doesn't want to lose the business. And in actuality, nonprofits get maybe 30 to 40% of their entire retail sales. And that 40% is if they actually have resources to have a C-train or their own credit card machine. So really looking at this for what it is important. Again, to really depend on something that there's a lottery for, it's not good business to begin with.
Exactly. You just made my point that I was trying to point out last time. It's no guarantee that you're going to get this money because there's only 13 nonprofit groups in the whole city that's going to get it. And it's no guarantee that you're going to get this. So you can't budget you can't budget on this and guarantee that you're going to have a booth. So I don't see why people say, okay, it's for our nonprofits. And yeah, it's only certain nonprofits that's going to get it each year. There's no guarantee who's going to get it. There's going to be other ways that you can raise money, as mentioned, Councilman, out of the Freedom Fest or something else. But I'm not sure how much they make on it, but it can't be more than $5,000 or $6,000, I would think. Maybe more. Maybe I'm wrong.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I would say that on my end on this item, it is a really kind of trying to see it from both ends. I appreciate the comments from the Vice Mayor because it's something I had not thought about. Is that I know that the nonprofits have generated a significant amount of revenue, and I know that we received this email. I believe all council received it, but it was an email from one of the companies, and I was curious to know the company stated that throughout the retail sales of 2020, this last 4th of July and the sales through that, it specified, in detail the nonprofits and how much money they generated. It came out to almost $500,000 that it looks like the nonprofits generated this last year. And so I'm curious to know when I'm not too sure if John, if you had an opportunity to look at that email or not, but is there any way to find out if that's the actual revenue that they actually kept, or I know I'm not too sure as to how much actually the nonprofits get to keep. If it's I doubt it's 100%, of course, but they did this money when we talk about they generated $497 million and 672. That amount is I'm not too sure if that's the accurate amount that they actually keep. I'm not too sure if anybody would know that answer or not.
I would need to look at that because the Vice Mayor would like to to comment on this. I don't know if that is gross sales or if that is net profit. It wasn't clear in TNT's correspondence.
And thank you. I will, just from my own experience, I will speak from the years that I was involved. So previously, maybe 10, 12 years ago, there used to be a lot more money coming in because there were fewer locations and fewer applicants, and there were people that would consistently get it, or maybe they'd miss a year here and there. But the general breakdown is that they get 50% of what the sales are, but from the remaining portion that the nonprofit has, the 50%, the rent for the space is coming out of that. The credit card machine that is facilitated through the fireworks sale company, as well as the C-Train that's through the company, and other rental items that allow you to conduct business are also deducted from your portion. That's why I say 30 to 40% is probably what they make on a good year. The locations have a lot to do with who makes the money, and really the lottery is in order of choice of location. So if you get chosen first, you get to choose which location is available. And hopefully, maybe you had a good relationship with the property owner, so they'll just only go with you if you get drawn. But if you don't get drawn that year, someone else gets to pick that spot, and you don't get to go back to that spot. So there's some dynamics in politics involved of how that works, but by no means is it a 50-50 split. And at the same time, there are fireworks that are quote-unquote duds that come that prohibit the sale of that, so you don't make the money on those that aren't functional, that have to be returned. As well, it's a pretty strict return policy on the timing and when things have to go back. It's a pretty measured approach to doing it, but there are some ways that I can see where if there are people from the fireworks company fighting, it's for a good reason. That there's money involved there, and by the way, the company they do also make the non-safe and sane fireworks at the same company. So when you're looking for a connection there's definitely a connection, because if it's not near beer, it's beer, kind of is what I would say.
Vice Mayor, can you give me an idea how much the nonprofits would make? I mean, just on your experience.
So from my experience in previous years, I'd say when Donette Carter was running the chamber, there were years where she would make almost $20,000, but she was in the Walmart parking lot, which is a very populated parking lot, and when there were fewer spots then and even fewer applicants. I do know from having a lesser known location that you can make as little as $5,000. And sometimes that doesn't cover, you have to get water and snacks for some of your people and keep things all, away from your booth. And so there's some other things that come into play, but, there's some times when it's not more than $5,000, and not many sales, or the traffic is a little bit tricky. I will say that there has been a proliferation of subgroups, sport clubs, clubs from schools who already have a potential to have another booth. So looking at how that works and really maybe targeting even who we're allowing to do this and how many of a multiple of a type of nonprofit. I know that kind of moves away from the lottery, but and I guess I would just ask the chief again if the number of applicants is outpacing the number of spots that we have.
That'd be correct.
And so I think that even those who have come to rely on it are finding threats from other nonprofits who are just simply applying.
Thank you. Councilmember Gurrola?
Yes. I wanted to make a recommendation that perhaps the council wait and see what Mr. Lawless can achieve with doing something regional, because I'm sitting here thinking, even if we do something, the county doesn't, or any of the other cities, then they have opportunities to go and purchase them there. So if we can get the cities, the county to agree to some kind of regional approach to this, and perhaps even look at the same fireworks and do some restrictions on the type that they can sell or not sell. But I'd like to see what comes out of the discussion if we can do it from a regional standpoint.
I started the conversation. I kind of see the path forward for a regional, and it's going to be two-part. One, in the end, it's going to be an elected official conversation, because at least I got the ball moving about talking about, and both of your chiefs have associations, which we all agreed that, that especially law enforcement needs to have a conversation about whether or not the merits of a task force, so to speak. And fire plays a role in that through the code enforcement, because all of us are enforcing it through code enforcement. But if you're going to have a task force, it's going to be led by law enforcement, because you're also going to be looking at undercover operations. And in the end, all of those resources are essentially directed by cities and then the sheriff. So really, that conversation needs to be first had, I would say, at those two the fire association, or what do you call your Chiefs Association?
The Tulare County Chiefs Association.
Both the police or law enforcement association and the fire chiefs association. I'd suggest the Council of Cities also talk about this at a political level of the city electeds. And is this something that the cities, because we're the ones, if you look at, I would say the county doesn't have a restrictive policy on booths. There's no, you want a booth, you get a booth, and they kind of leave it, if there's 3 on a corner, there's 3 on a corner. We have, the cities all typically have a little bit more restrictive guidelines in terms of how many are issued, and those sorts of things. So there's already been some, I would say, natural tension between the cities and the county on this issue. And so, maybe Councilmember Grola might remember some of those. We've had disputes, about historically this kind of being an issue. So I think there's two. There's the illegal fireworks task force, which is what my suggestion was, and that's multi-agency, which they already have, a process in place. That's what I'm trying to get to. They already know how to do this, but I think it's going to take an elected solution, because city managers and the CAO might think it's a great idea, and the chief, but in the end, is there buy-in? Because there's also going to have to be the consequences for violations of that, and are you willing to follow through on
And the Council of Cities would be the place to have that discussion.
it?
Yes.
I already initiated that at the city manager and CAO level, which there was concurrence that it was, obviously everybody saw this as and there was a house in Visalia, I believe, or what I read. I think it's still under investigation, but there could have been burned homes as a result of illegal fireworks in Visalia. So these are having real impacts. As I reported in the staff report, there were 14 fires that when you talk about impacts, I mean, yeah, there was personnel assigned for the detail, but you had that shift, just that one shift, that 48-hour shift responded to 14 fires originating from illegal fireworks. 8 grass fires, 3 tree fires, and 3 dumpster fires, I think is what the math came out. I mean, that's a busy, I mean.
And we upstaff.
Just, I mean, laying hose and doing all the stuff afterwards, that is not easy. It doesn't do justice just to tell you 14.
And we up staff
only
during
that-
that time, and it
not only
causes
that,
overtime as
John,
well.
but- Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
We, speaking to what the city manager is talking about, we also up staff to accommodate that, which drives overtime and cost. So for that event.
Well, the overtime and cost, it concerns me, but that really doesn't concern me. It's, when you have the fires and putting your lives in jeopardy. We just had a horrific fire. And that keeps making me think that, we're putting fire in the hands of kids and they'll throw it anywhere and it lands on top of a roof and no one knows, or lands in grass and takes off while everybody's sleeping. It's just, they call it safe and sane, but I don't know how safe it is. And some people don't use their sanity when they have it.
Thank you very much. I am in agreement that this probably needs to be addressed at the Council of Cities, and it needs to be brought back at a further council meeting. This way that the input will be gathered and presented there, and we'll go from there.
I know that both of our chiefs at one time were the chairs of their, did that switch July 1st?
You're talking like president of my association?
Right.
Yeah, I was the president last year. Luis Navarro is the president now. I've already had a conversation with several of the chiefs over it, and I've directed the fire marshal to have conversations with because we have a fire marshal association as well. Our fire marshal will be having a conversation to get a work group together and it sounds like at least Visalia's fire chief was leaning toward just education at first, before enforcement. But that's, preliminary talk, and we'll get several options that'll come out of the fire marshal group, pushed up to the chiefs, and then I'll bring it forward, and I'm sure there'll be a side from the law enforcement. I'll do some similar activity, and together we'll figure out where the best way to go.
Right. And you've got I'm assuming that you're the past too. Oh, you're president this year.
Okay.
Okay.
I did want to say also that I would feel, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the people who do organize the sales, T&T primarily in the city, also Phantom, who operates some in the city but mostly in the county, they do a good job of giving their staff training. Because I do believe that what we're talking about is probably one of their worst nightmares is the effects of some of these outside things affecting what they've tried so hard to make easy to contain and safe and sane, as it were. So I'm in no way discrediting their effort to proceed forward. It's just that there's outside forces that seem to have influenced what is happening. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
And we do need to get those outside forces under control. I mean, that has to happen. So I wish you luck, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I anticipate the next Council of Cities meeting being in September, I believe, because it's in every other month, and July was canceled. So I think September would be the next scheduled Council of Cities meeting.
Okay, and then this will be brought back to another meeting. Thank you very much for everyone's information. Okay. Item to be brought back, and we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Honor. Actually, the city attorney's asked if we can go back to the prior item. There was actually a question that Councilmember Peñalosa asked, which the city attorney would like to, there's actually it would help in the ballot language in the resolution to address what the use of the funds would be.
Okay.
It was a good question, and that it's used for, is there any specific, and I'm gonna rely on the city attorney.
Sure.
You don't want to be too specific because it makes it a special, because this is a general,
Right.
but to what extent are you looking at that general fund money going towards?
really, just to be frank, we forgot we had a blank we wanted to fill in the resolution. And it's an important one because it's in the ballot language. And it's just a matter of so many of us working on this and doing different portions of the project that, I was doing the ordinance and the staff report and Patrice was working on the resolution. And so I forgot that the resolution needed that blank filled in. And it's not necessary. We could go with the way we've got it, but I think it would be helpful. And what John is alluding to there is this is a general tax, so we're not limiting it, nor are we purporting to limit it. But in the ballot, actually in the draft resolution, the question reads to provide funding that cannot be taken away by the state of California for general fund infrastructure and city services such as blank shall the ordinance be adopted to increase the tax. So we have a blank there reserved if the council wishes to put something in there to kind of highlight where money could be spent and where the council would at least intend on spending some of it, understanding that it's still a general tax measure. So we forgot to give you that opportunity to give you that direction. So I apologize for that. It would be, and if you do have further, some kind of specific example, and Daniel even asked a very nice leading question that I didn't miss the cue on because he asked, well, when are we going to determine what it's for? So, so if you want to put something in there, you can. But we need a motion so we know what to put in there.
I think Mayor, may I speak?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if it's too specific, but I mean, if it's tourists that are, that are going to be coming and being taxed, and I would say reinvested back to economic development. I don't know if that's too specific, but that could be something. I just an idea, some thought.
Economic development's an idea.
Well, and we've spoken about tourism promotion, like the Mighty 190 things that we're working on with Caltrans and actually with the county and trying to build southeastern Tulare County tourism opportunities.
And you're not limited. You could put a couple things here. So
I would include tourism. I'm just trying to find it.
John, if you remind me, how much money are we talking about? What do we get off our?
Well, but most reliable, so pre-COVID, nobody knows post-COVID, but pre-COVID, we were looking at, this would be about $250,000 in new revenue. Currently 8% comes to $500,000, so increasing it 50% would it be to the additional 250. I would say, we haven't really seen a change in occupancy rates. I guess, so we're still waiting on, and it's the way the reporting goes, so I can't give you a fixed number, but I would say somewhere in the $200,000 to $250,000 new revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have any?
Well, I think that, using Buxton and figuring out where people are going and what they're doing and supporting that, it would be a very great way to invest this money back in, only to multiply it, hopefully, in the future.
Okay. So do we have a motion and a recommendation?
Mayor, I just want to make sure that the public understands that we're back on item 19, correct?
Yes.
Item number, is it 20?
20, on the,
On number 20, it's not,
20.
20.
Oh, item
on
20.
the TOT
Yeah, this is
item.
for TOT specifically.
Your Honor, I just hate to target this money towards one specific thing when it could be in general fund. And I just think we let the council choose what it is at the time that needs to be done. And not.
Well, you still are. You
I
are,
know.
you're not limiting it. You're not, it won't be required to be used for it.
Oh, okay.
It's just language you can use as an example in the ballot measure.
All
Or
right.
and areas you would like to see it spent currently.
Okay. And economic development would be a good one.
That would be a deal.
So economic development and tourism?
Sure.
Is that like a,
Yeah.
No, actually, you don't want to put a lot. You just want to put something into that.
I had written down when you guys were talking economic development, promotion of tourism, and the mighty 190.
sounds good.
That's good, because
But I-
it does,
but I need-
it sends it back through, so I think that's a great way to put it.
Okay, so is that a recommendation on a motion?
Good for approval of the,
The
is
added
it
language?
amendment or addition?
It's just the addition to the additional language for the resolution.
I'll second.
We have a
To the,
motion, we have a second over
language
here by Vice
ordinance
Mayor.
As stated by the city attorney.
I'll second.
We have a second. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous. And we will now go on to the
Thank
next
you.
item.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the council's patience on that. Next item in order is a 3-year review of Galaxy 9 Theater conditional use permit for alcohol sales, and Ms. Byers will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and council members. If I would have known 3 years ago that we had such meaty things to talk about, I probably wouldn't have put this on, but this is the time to review it. So the city of Porterville allows the sale of alcohol with review and approval of a conditional use permit. On July 5th, 2016, City Council approved the modification to CUP 1-97, which allowed the Galaxy 9 theaters to serve beer and wine. It was a new item. We hadn't done it before. Council requested that it be brought back for 1 year, or for review after 1 year. Council reviewed it on July 18th, 2017. At that time, there was no reported incidents of significance that had occurred related to the sale of alcohol. Council then requested that the item be brought back for review in 3 years, and that's where we are tonight. In compliance with executive order by Governor Newsom due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the Galaxy 9 Theater has been closed. Staff was unable to receive a statement from the current manager. However, according to Chief Crodel, in the 3 years since council last reviewed the CUP, the police department reports that there have been no incidents related to the sale of alcohol. Based on a review of the resolution and conditions of approval, Galaxy 9 has been operating in compliance with the conditions set forth in Resolution 42-2016 since its approval 4 years ago. Staff's recommending that council consider staff's report in the review of whether the applicant has met adequate measures to control alcohol consumption and customer activities inside the building. Like I said, we were unable to get a hold of the manager. We had reached out, but they're just not there right now. So staff is willing to provide any answers we do have.
Thank you. Council?
Mayor?
Yes?
I would move for approval of this item since they have adequately met the measures to control the alcohol consumption in the building.
And really, that direction would be whether council wanted to review this again, or if they have satisfied those conditions. As always, there's conditions in alcohol sale CUPs that if they receive a large number of police calls, ABC requires us to, ABC will either revoke the license, but we have it in there that if they start to receive calls, we will bring that CUP back.
I'll second it for sake of discussion, because
because-
I have something I want to say. I want to say about this. So
Okay,
when they brought this up, I was very tough on them. In fact, I was skeptical that this was going to be something that was going to work for us or them, or whether, it would be a good idea. So I was pretty tough on them. And I think I was the one that really suggested it be reviewed every year. And I think it was surprisingly former Vice Mayor Brian Ward who may have suggested the 3 years. I might be misremembering that because I was still skeptical. But here we are 4 years later and nothing's happened. And I've observed nothing but professional, responsible behavior with it and when I've attended. So I'm satisfied with the outcome of what's happened, and if the standard procedure is to review it, if there's a certain number of calls, I'm more than willing to make that, if there needs to be an amendment to it, I would ask for that, but if not, I would go with that.
Thank you. And I believe Councilmember Peñalosa had a question, or he wanted to chime in, and Councilmember Peñalosa, this is the time.
Yeah, Mayor, I was just gonna make a motion to move forward with staff recommendations.
Oh, okay. So we have, all right. So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Do you need any more direction?
Well, I just, whether you wish to have this on a 3-year review or just subject to review by council should there be violations of the CUP.
I would think that if there were violations, it would be subject to bringing that before us.
I
So I
do-
would approve that amendment.
Okay, we have the amendment to that.
And the
Are you
second
good with that,
remains.
Councilmember Peñalosa, since that was your motion?
Oh, was that his motion?
No,
It was
no,
Councilmember Peñalosa's. Are you okay with that, Daniel?
No, I actually was in agreement with Virginia beat me to the motion, so I'm
Yeah,
going
it
with her
was
motion.
Councilmember
Okay,
Corolla, then
that's all I was checking to make
Councilmember
sure.
Reyes, Vice Mayor Reyes.
It's
Okay.
getting late.
All right. Now we have all of that. Let's call for vote, please.
Councilmember Gurrola, Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. Now we will. All right, 5 minutes. It is 10:24. Very much. We'll go ahead and reconvene. It is 10:28.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item is Portable Rescue Mission Biannual Review, and Ms. Byers will provide the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and council members. For the past year, staff has been working with the new Porterville Rescue Mission as they work towards compliance with Resolution 43-2019, which approved a conditional use permit to allow for a social services facility located at 30 South A Street. The resolution outlines specifically in condition number 1 and in compliance with Porterville Municipal Code, Chapter 21, Section 301.09, that social services facilities shall provide, and I feel like I have to repeat this every time because this is really what's important to the planning staff, that social service facilities shall provide adequate and accessible sanitary facilities, including laboratories, restrooms, and refuse containers, sufficient patron seating facilities for dining, effective screening devices such as landscaping and masonry fences in conjunction with outdoor activity areas. To meet these requirements, staff was directed to present a biannual update as to the status of those improvements. At its meeting on March 3rd, staff provided to council the proposed plan of action that the Rescue Mission had provided. Staff felt it was a bit aggressive and reported that a realistic timeline would be 3 to 6 months before there would be an issuance of a building permit. Their construction project manager at the time indicated that the physical interior improvements would take 8 to 10 weeks for the interior reconstruction. Staff proposed that the interior remodel permit should be ready for issuance then by tonight's meeting. They have received their permit for their interior remodel, and it anticipates that this phase of construction will be approximately 3 to 4 months to complete. It should be noted that Rescue Mission is no longer working with that previously mentioned contractor and is considering improvements as the owner-builder. They are currently seeking additional board members to assist in performing the required improvements. After the interior work is complete, staff will continue to work with the Rescue Mission for the remaining exterior items. Mr. Javier Sanchez is available as well through this meeting if you want to discuss what that interior remodel looks like or what it looks like for them to be an owner-builder. There are some nuances with them choosing to go that route. At this time, they are complying with the timeline that was provided to council, and staff will provide council the next annual update at its meeting on January 19th, 2020.
Thank you very much. Council.
So I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead.
If they're doing the owner, what was it called? The owner,
Owner-builder?
thank you, owner-builder, meaning that the board members will be doing the actual project. Can they still get, let's say, somebody to come in, a company to come in and work on a specific part of that project, where it can only be the board members?
If they bring in anybody that's outside of the board members themselves, the board would have to register as an employer through the EDD of the state and provide workers' comp for those subs that they're bringing in.
So it changes their status from owner-builder?
Well, they would be acting in the capacity of like a construction manager, project manager, where like they're the general contractor, and then they bring in subs under them.
Okay.
But there'd be more layers, obviously, like the workers' comp, and then having to have their contractor's license and so on.
So in this project, is there work that's gonna have to be done, Mr. Sanchez, that plumbing, electricity, those kinds of things?
Correct. Yeah, it's all interior, so it's gonna be the sleeping quarters, so they're gonna be taking down some walls, creating new walls, so that's gonna be sheetrock and texturing. And they're gonna be doing some of all the plumbing, so redoing the 2 restrooms, and then the electrical associated with that. And the kitchen area, it's just the new wall that's proposed as a shift, but there will be no, the Ansel system that fire would require to do the grease-laden vapors. They're not doing that at this time, so we'll continue to just bring food in from the outside or only boil food.
And during each of those steps, that has to be reviewed and approved by the inspector. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any comment or question?
No, I didn't, Mayor.
Councilmember Stowe, any comment or question?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
It just, for me, I've struggled with this, this project for a while, only because it changes, changes tracks every once in a while, or changes names, or changes approaches, only to search for the upper hand to be able to get where they want. And I applaud them for being resourceful, but it just concerns me that changes from something that seems to be standard to something that's a little more in their hands, which is where we started. So if they're on track, I don't really have anything to say in that regard. It's just the concern for the change in approaches really, it just sticks with me.
Thank you. If they're on track and they're on time, and then they get their permits and everything passes inspection in accordance, I understand that the board members are the ones that will be doing the work. And I also understand that if it's someone else that comes in that changes the momentum, that is already clear. Of course, there would always be concern because it does change, but I feel as long as they are moving on their timeline and they're putting forth the effort, and it passes inspection, and they're responsible. They're the responsible party to this, and go from there. Council, please.
So because it's being done by the board, Mr. Sanchez, they'll be performing the work. Does that mean that more questions are going to come your way? Does that generally happen? Does it consume more of your time, I guess?
Potentially, it potentially does happen. Usually when we find if it's not a contractor or developer that does this day in and day out, where this is their business, there is a little bit of education that goes along with, what does that mean that's on the plans? Well, it's this, and this. So it'll take sometimes it does take some extra effort.
I see this a lot different than perhaps somebody putting in a patio as opposed to what is being done at the mission. So I just want to make sure that we stay on track with this. They're in compliance right now, and I'm fine with that. But I don't know when the next report is, but I'd certainly like to see also how much time is it taking from the city staff to be able to assist with that process.
Thank you.
Do
Councilmember
you
Stowe.
know,
What we can do there is report how many times we're called out for an inspection.
do you know if they have board members qualified to do this type of work?
At this time, I'm not sure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, what can happen though is that if we see that the work isn't being performed satisfactorily, the building inspector does have the option to require a licensed contractor at that time.
Thank you. So the direction to continue and bring it back?
Yeah, so your next report would come on January 19th, 2021. And we can certainly, if directed so, we can provide any number of inspections or those sorts of things.
That'll be potentially a new council, and they may have, I think the one thing that I would say is that whatever approach they're taking, they take it seriously, because that may be a new council when it comes back.
So can we have that sooner so that we, under the current council, at least we can take a look and see how it's going? Could we have one in November, end of November, let's say?
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we can
Okay.
bring it back the second meeting in November?
Yes,
Okay, putting it in my calendar.
Okay, yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
thank you. Now we'll go on to the next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item is, it's an annual action that the council needs to take, which is adoption of the annual appropriation limit, sometimes called the GAN limit. This is a formula, it's a requirement of every governmental jurisdiction based upon a formula the state derives with several inputs as to what your maximum appropriation is based on, generically speaking, if you see the state formula, you could have a tax base of $77 million, to which your current appropriation right now is at $27 million. So you're well beneath your GAN limit, as they call it. So is just a, again, it would be just it's an official declaration of the city that you're within your GAN limit as established by the state formula.
Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve the attached resolution adopting the appropriate limit of 77 million.
Thank you. We have a motion, and I'll go ahead and second. If there's no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
He's having an internet connection. He texted me, he's trying to get, he's having an internet connectivity issue right now. So it just came off mute. He put on mute.
Hello?
Yeah, there it is.
Councilmember
There it is.
Peñalosa.
Yeah, there it is.
Hello, yes, sorry, I didn't get a chance to hear, was there a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Motion to approve the GAN limit. They're just looking for your vote, Daniel.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
I
I don't think you heard the motion. Daniel, I made the motion of, that we approve the attached resolution adopting the GAN limit for 77 million.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Stowe. Yeah, I'll vote in favor. Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll just move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final item, scheduled matter for this evening is your status, I was going to say weekly, but your regular status and review of proclamation of local emergency for COVID-19. And council last made its finding of emergency at its last meeting on July 7th, which also provided direction with regards to the specific order on face coverings, as well as urgency ordinance, which previously was adopted by council. It was brought to my attention by the city attorney that I did not read it by or actually by Fernando, so I would like to read by title only if it's okay. That previous this evening, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville requiring the use of face coverings in conformity with the requirements set by the California Department of Public Health. So tie the bow on that action from earlier this evening. Obviously, a lot of activity since our last meeting. Maybe I'll start with some good news, that the city's CDBG CV funds, you are the first jurisdiction in Tulare County to receive approval of your use of funds. And so
Yes.
those will go out starting tomorrow. There's actually already been the information to get it out. So, but it is the first HUD-adopted plan. So we will be the first city actually out there with funds that have been approved by HUD to be used for business assistance. So
Wonderful
I would
news.
say that is some good news to report, that
Wonderful.
we finally got through those federal hurdles. And I guess kind of staying in line with that, a lot of work's being done. As the council's aware, that the state allocated $740,000 to the city of, slightly less, $738,000 to the city of Porterville as part of its CARES Act appropriation. We are actively working on a plan to submit to the state, which is due at the end of October, which will be well in excess of that, because my expectation will be, given all these funds are subject to federal review or federal audit specifically, it is our experience that there will be certain, what we believe to be reimbursable expenses that will be declined by event somewhere down the line. And it's been our experience with CDBG and other federal funds. The FTA, anytime you deal with federal agencies and their funds, that there becomes items of correction. So we will be overstating that number so that we account for what will likely be other disqualified items, as they call them. So we are actively working on that. Obviously, there's been, in the last couple of weeks, significant news out of the governor, out of the state, and out of the governor's office. One being the closure of a lot of indoor activities that's had great impacts, which is even in the last week, has the guidance has changed from, for example, hair salons and barber shops not being able to operate outdoors, to that being reversed just this week, to now saying that they can operate outdoors. So a number of different items that are, I would say, again, causing confusion within, where are we at essentially in terms of business operations. And then on top of that, given that Tulare County is on the state monitoring list, that those counties that are on that, the state is indicating that students won't return to school. There is a prospective waiver that's available if there's concurrence of the county public health official, the county superintendent, and the state public health, and that's for elementary students only. And I guess that's based in some research that talks, I think there's also a child care element to that as well. But there's also some medical basis that are showing lower transmission at younger ages. But I think there's also a child care, which is now kind of becoming the question, which is if schools are not going to be back in session come August, how are child care needs going to be met of essential workers? And so that's a question that the school districts are reaching out to us about. We have operated child care programs, RAP as it's called. Plus we've been the after-school operator in Porterville Unified. And Mr. Moore can maybe speak to that a little bit in terms of the communications that we're getting from the two school districts about what are their plans, because that could have significant impacts without school being in session, being not allowed to be in session, and how childcare, beyond the more important education piece, how does the childcare needs of essential employees be met? And then obviously this has some impacts to city activities, having to evaluate, and we are seeing increased positive tests That is, it's a couple hundred a day, as you're seeing across the county. The cases, as they're indicating for the Porterville area, are generating about 30 a day, if you're following the additional positive cases. There is delays to access to testing, as there is delays to reporting of tests. And that's just given the volume of testing that's occurring and how quickly the labs are able to process and to return. So still a number of challenges that are continuing to occur. Certainly cases are increasing in this area, showing community spread, and the city, in protection of its workers, continues to try to have best practices. We were the first agency, I will tell you, of the first city and of the county that required face coverings of its employees before it was. When the governor made its announcement, we already had those requirements in place. So we've continued to be very sensitive. And what I speculate is that we're going to be in a regular testing module for employees. I see this coming where, given there's so much activity in the community, and I do have concerns for public safety, given if the level of positivity is out there, that we'll begin to see more impacts in the public safety who are dealing with it. And even though they have protocols in place, there's still a process of, they have the same delays of being able to get tested and then get their test results, which is averaging at least a week right now. So, so we're still following protocols, but I do see impacts coming to those departments especially. And I do see more regular testing. One of the things that we are seeing, which has, it's unique to this, is that you can have a lot of asymptomatic positives. And so we're doing health screenings every day, and that doesn't mean that that you're looking for those symptomatic symptoms to protect your workforce, but we are having asymptomatic individuals who are testing as part of other contacts, saying, well, they're positive and asymptomatic, and they can be carriers. So there's a lot of different challenges that this is really creating, both at the organizational level as well as obviously just from the community-wide access, the ability to have timely testing as well as getting your test results. So we know that PDC, there's a couple of areas where we see we're not getting good data out of PDC in terms of what care is being provided there. There is the PDC's alternative care site, I think is as they call it, is being operated by the state. CalMat, I believe, is what it goes by, which has on-site EMS services, so as not to impact city fire. They did have a situation this last weekend where errantly there was a health issue that we were called to. Thankfully, protocols were in place that refused entry to our personnel onto the site. So thankfully, at least that safeguard prevented, which we should not your fire should not be responding to PDC to the alternative care site. Now, if they have employees, and I think that's the term, if they have employees that suffer some kind of medical, right. So if you have it what do they call it? I wanted to call it behind the fence, but the forensic unit that we do provide, because that's within the city and it is part of a response to employees in that regard. So, so with that, happy to answer any questions. It would be staff's recommendation to certainly make the finding of continued declaration of local resolution of proclamation of local emergency. And happy to take direction as given by council.
Council members, any comment?
Just with the potential childcare. I just know that today the Surgeon General came out and said, as far as returning to school, it's not what happens in school, it's what happens outside of school. And I think childcare would fall into those categories. So however we can be cognizant of that, whether, I think the jury's still out on where and how and when. I don't think we know enough. But if that's the statement and if that's our responsibility, then we have to be aware, or if that's our undertaking, we have to be aware of the responsibility.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gurrola.
Well, I know that this evening I saw the news on Sierra View and the internal crisis in terms of the number of people that were in the emergency room. And I think that's just evidence of the number of people that got together during the 4th of July that is now reflecting in the individuals who have to go to the hospital because they're experiencing the symptoms from COVID. And we need to not gather.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe.
No, I just want to caution everybody to be careful with this and, and be respectful of others in their space. And I know a lot of people don't like to wear masks and don't want to wear masks, but as I said, it comes down to respect for others. And sometimes I think our society has forgotten that. But we have to learn that we're going to have to live through it, and all of us together, and not only get through it together, but live through it together. And that's the only way we're going to live, if we, protect each other.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa.
No, I don't have anything to add. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have any more to add other than to wear the mask, stay consistent with the social distancing, and follow the protocol of that, and that we continue with the proclamation of local emergency to COVID.
Can I know Mr. Moore is on here, and I know that there were a number of, we came to council at your last meeting, and even before that, wanting to make sure that we are not ahead of the council, but, and when we were, looking at these different activities, and even though there's great caution being given, I want to be certain that the council is still, what is their direction in regards to activities that you are, so, there are certain things that we have suspended, is what I would say. We had started the volleyball camp, and that's been stopped because that was an indoor, and we just didn't feel confident that we could keep the protections in place in light of what the state had come with talking about those restrictions. I use day camp as a great example, which day camp is still approved under the state guidelines, but it does present other unique challenges to that. So, Donnie, is there any you want to talk about some of those things?
Our day camp is still going right now, but we, like Mr. Lawless said, we've stopped other programs, and we've tried to get ahead a little bit on just getting the public's feel and not taking payments on a few things, including the RAP program, the after-school program for the Burton School District, just to see initially what the need would be. And even since that we had put that out there, it was going to be from after school at the time, which the release was going to be around 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And then since we've done that, it of course has changed. And so it just shows the ever moving parts to everything. But yeah, we've pretty much, just kind of discontinued things at the moment and are keeping a pulse on it, every day. So one thing we did start this week, actually last night, was a cross-country program for the first time, which was held outdoors. We had a group of 6 kids in one area, and then totally separated, we had a group of 7 kids with a different coach and a different, cohort the whole time. So that was an outdoor, just a physical activity. That's the first time we tried to do something like that. So that would be one thing if, council wanted to act on that. But we had masks on the staff and the kids until they started to run, and then they took the masks off. The parents were out there as well with their masks on. So we haven't done much, but we tried to do a little bit of the outdoor. That's one of the outdoor activities that we're doing. Of course, the pool is still open. Pool's been really low attended. I think COVID's really played a huge part in that. We have, limited the capacity to 25%, and all summer so far, we've only hit that number, I believe, twice. Actually, out of being open 7 days a week and having 5 different public swim sessions throughout the day. So the weekends have been a little bit busier, but we still don't even hit the capacity of the low number of 70. So it just shows that there are a lot of people that are staying home, which is good. And so that's where we are at the moment.
Donnie, that's been one of my concerns. Should we leave the pool open?
Yeah.
Because of, I don't know, the contamination, well, not in the pool, but people, they get out of the water, they're still, kids are probably still bunching up and getting around each other.
Mm-hmm. It's with the low numbers up there, I think a lot of people probably assume that it's been busy because you see the pictures on TV of the outdoor, mostly beaches and things like that, but it's been very low attended, and so it's been very easy to keep the distance, and we have the deck marked and everything. And so far the public pools have still been, allowed to remain open.
Donnie, I've gone by a few times, and it does look like a smaller group, but they seem to be staying within that area that's boxed out, and the kids seem to be having a good time, a place to cool off. I even feel like going out there.
Yeah. We've kept the splash pad open just more or less as a cooling center. We've had staff out there, and that attendance has been extremely low, up to like 2 to 4 families at the most for the 2 hours that we keep that open. So we've had that open, but it hardly has been attended whatsoever. So.
Please.
I had a comment too about, I know there was an event that was scheduled that had to be kind of postponed at the last moment. And one of the things I wanted to, just to make sure that we're consistent with our messaging on whatever our flyers, no matter what activity or department it's in, that we're consistent with our pursuit to keep it organized and somewhat categorized as far as how people can come and how many people can be there, and language like "we hope we see you all there" and things kind of can lead the community to a false sense of security. I'd prefer to see things like letters A through F come between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and letters G through L and then so on, because that shows that there's forethought, it shows limitation. And I know the excitement level's there to start with things, but that I think that's critical that that's out there. As well, I did get a couple comments about an article that was in the paper regarding the same event, that there was a quote about taking books, take as many as you want. And I did want to put out there that there are people who gave books to the library from their own collection or something that they thought were valuable, and maybe even some were, and I understand that they have the ability to discern that, but the public doesn't know. And that when something goes out in the paper that says take as many as you want, I think those who really opened up and there was an outpouring of support could feel a little bit like it was underutilized. So whatever our messaging is, I think we need to be a little bit more clear and consistent throughout all activities.
Thank you. Any further comments? And you're okay with direction?
Well, I just want to be, if there was anything, I know Councilmember Stowe talked about the pool, we just want to be very sensitive to that.
Of
I
course.
mean, this is I promise you, something's going to change in the next 2 weeks, too. I mean, we're finding it's changing. Like I said, you saw just in 1 week go from the state saying, no, absolutely not, you're not going to do any hair or barber type things, to saying, yeah, we now think that's just fine. So, within these guidelines. So just know it's a very, trying to find where solid ground is on anything right now is
Right
very
now there
challenging.
isn't.
So you're wanting a motion, though, to continue the declaration of emergency, though, right, John?
Oh, absolutely.
I did that.
Yeah, you've got a lot of evidence of that.
Yeah, you made it, but we haven't actually had a vote on it. I just didn't want to get.
No,
Right,
correct,
that's
because there's no second on there yet.
Was there a motion?
I said.
Martha
let's
started to make one a while ago.
Yes, and then we got into, I started that, all right,
Well,
that we continue.
I just wanted to be sure to check in with the council to ensure that the activities that are being provided, I mean, if you want to stop operating the pool, let's do it, if that's the concern for the council.
You know, it's not a concern if Donnie says, has been impacted or anything is a problem. I trust his judgment as well as anyone else's. So
That's not being completely utilized, and the numbers haven't gone up to where he thought it would. So I think the kids should be safe.
Okay, then we're good right now. It could change tomorrow under the guidelines. So, but
They could be no more pools.
And this might be one of, I don't know what the right answer is here, but this may be, just depending on what the circumstances are, it may prompt the council to have an emergency meeting or a special meeting, however you want to say it, with 24
That's
hours notice
correct.
if there's specific actions that need to be taken.
Okay,
Well, that's a good idea. So if the governor makes an announcement that is going to affect the city, that we have an emergency meeting, is that what
Correct.
you're?
Yeah, if we think that it necessitates some action of the council.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that, you see here, I'm sorry, I don't even know what that would be, but we are finding that things, I've been given some information that I've provided to you, and a little bit of that has happened. Right now, I don't have, what's the next shoes to drop. We do see where there are some gaps in information, like right now, we don't know what's coming out.
no,
I'm not seeing any reporting, unless somebody else is seeing it, what is the numbers at PDC. It's not, I don't see it anywhere on any of the state's reporting mechanisms, it's not on the county's reporting mechanisms, and it's things like that where you don't know what information is there, what can you forecast. So we're seeing challenges in testing, we're seeing it organizationally, and that just really, like I said, gets to my concern with public safety, because we can put all kinds of safeguards in place and how we distance and those sorts of things, but those are very physical, engaging operations, both in law enforcement and in fire emergency response.
I did have a question in terms of the testing site. Is that going to be changed at the end of this month?
So I haven't heard the resolution on that, council member. I know that the contract that the state has with the Veterans Memorial Building is through the end of August. The veterans had indicated that they wish for the state to stop using the facility at the end of July. My last conversation with the county on that is that the state was going to hold given the lack of testing availability that's there, and not wanting to see a gap, that at a minimum the Veterans Memorial Building honor its agreement through the end of August. So I expect that to be the case, that the state will not close that in July, that they will ensure that there is not a testing gap at that facility, I guess is what I'm saying. They are looking at a potential other site on the other side of the end of August. So the best answer I can give you right now is that I anticipate that continuing to operate as a state testing site through the end of August. If that changes, I would certainly let you, and I've made you aware that the Veterans Memorial Building has indicated they would like the state to stop its operation at the end of this month. I think their interest in renting the facility, as it's been expressed, I think that with the state with a very active enforcement task force, probably would preempt the veterans doing that.
Because I know the testing there, unless you have a symptom, you can't get in to get a test there now. They're full. Anyway, they were a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, they still are. You were several days out. You used to be, you could have a reservation and go the same day. Even that is not the case anymore. And not only that, you have a backlog in getting test results.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If there's no further discussion, I'll try again. That we move with the continuation of the proclamation of local emergency due to COVID.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Please call for a vote.
Councilmember Gurrola?
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous 5-0. We will now move on to oral communications. Have any of them come in?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to other matters. Councilmember Gurrola.
I have two items. First, I'd just like to inform you that the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency will be having their very first meeting. And they've already received appointments and there are some pending. But the first meeting is going to be held on August 17th. So that is starting. The other question I had, and probably this is more for the city manager. The letter we received on the Tulare Mosquito Abatement District, and I remember having this discussion quite a long time ago. And we decided not to join the group. We're the only large city that isn't part of it. And do you know if there's a cost associated to that to be a member?
So we are in answer to your question, yeah, and that, this takes me back to the Pete McCracken years. He was the council's representative to that effort. Lindsay is not in it as well. It's generally the east side of the Tulare and the Visalia vector districts. There's two districts. There's one in Visalia and one in Tulare. I believe it was the Visalia vector district that actually paid for the. They did a voter survey. Which came back that they paid for it because it was going to be an annexation, so to speak. And when you ask what it's paid for by the property owners. It's an assessment. It's an assessment on your property towards the operation, like it's a property tax. And they did a survey that they paid for, which I think they paid like $25,000 for it. And it came back, it would not pass. And so that it didn't proceed. It didn't proceed to the ballot because that was going to be good money chasing bad at that point. So, so you're correct. There's a Tulare vector district and a Visalia vector district, which incorporates generally, it involves the unincorporated areas as well. And the dividing line, I'm going to say somewhere out around the Woodville area, and then goes up to the foothills. Julia, do you know if Exeter's in it? I think that they are. I think they're in Visalia's vector district.
I think they're in the vector control district, which is Visalia, I think.
Right, so it
My
comes up, it's been a long time since I looked at one of those maps, but it's to the south of Exeter, taking in Lindsay or across to Porterville out to Terabella. It's the entire, it's really the entire southeastern Tulare County area, starting in, a little bit south, a little bit north of Lindsay.
Okay. I just wanted to get some more information on it, and I wasn't, I did see that all the council was CC'd on it, but I remember now that you mentioned it was an assessment. So, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stowe.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to offer my condolences to Representative John Lewis's family and recognize his efforts to building a better America for more equitable for many. And also want to offer my condolences to Councilmember Jose Ornelas, who passed away this weekend. He was a city council member of the city of San Joaquin. And so he passed away from COVID-19 related illness. So offer my condolences to his family, and just shows the importance of, continuing to make sure we look out for each other and comply with the state mandates and the California public health as well, their recommendations to wearing masks and, just being safe when we're outdoors. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just have a few words I wanted to say. Our community continues to be in an emergency. People are scared. Some people may be acting selflessly, while others may be acting selfishly. But try not to be overwhelmed by the conflicting information. It's not the best situation now, and the threat still lingers, but don't give up, because we still have a ways to go. And many people have found ways to survive, while there are some who are still lost in confusion. But please have faith and patience, but above all, don't give up on your neighbors.
Thank you very much. I would like to share with council that I spoke with Senator Hurtado on Sunday and became aware of potential funding under the Extreme Heat Program. And I'm bringing this out if council would be supportive of pursuing funds to this regard, and for me to write a letter to the senator on projects. It was my understanding that we have the flexibility of projects to be defined by council. Any comment? Would you care for me to?
When's the deadline for to apply for the funding?
I did not get any deadline.
Do you want to schedule it do we have a meeting that we could schedule that as an item on? Do we have time to do that or no?
Julia, there is proposed legislation that is, it was in the governor's budget apparently for, it was called Extreme Heat Projects, which the inquiry is about whether the city would have any projects, which are primarily cooling centers or, as Mr. Moore earlier spoke to, potential splash pads or those sorts of things. So there isn't, it's going to have a legislative element to it. It's not going to be, it's my understanding it's not going to be there's not going to be a NOFA. So when you ask about a deadline, I don't know that there's just going to be projects that are defined, funding, eligibility for funding. And then the criterias are going to have to be met for it. So it's really just a question of whether there's any projects that the city would be defined by the council.
Yeah, we just don't have an item on, that's all, for tonight. I mean, we could schedule it for consideration at the next meeting so that you guys could talk about potential projects. But if it's too late, then, then,
It's my understanding the legislation's already done. It's in the budget. It's just whether or not.
right, but it's but the city what actions is needed from the city? That's what I'm not getting at. Sorry, it's late, and so my brain is a little scrambled, but the council can't take action on an item that's not on the agenda. All they have the ability to do now is set an item for the agenda, if there's council action needed.
Well, my suggestion would be that the council take that up on August,
There you
its
go.
capital improvement project on August 25th. That being said, what the senators requested is a letter of support. Would the city consider projects under that funding?
Oh, so just a letter of support
This
for
is
the
just a
legislation.
letter of support.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's, okay, sorry. I'm not understanding what the specific request was.
No, it's just a letter of support for the legislation, which is going to have potential projects to be defined by the council.
Well, I mean, the mayor can I guess let's do it this way. Does the council have an objection to the mayor supporting that? Because really, the council can't take action. I mean, there's no item on for that, but they can certainly not object to the mayor providing that, if that would help. An acknowledgement that we probably have projects that we can find funding for.
No objection from me.
No objection from Vice Mayor, okay.
No objection from my end either.
No,
I don't object.
no objection. How about you, Councilmember Stowe? Maybe technical. Councilmember Stowe? Oh,
I think you're on mute.
I think there we go.
No. I lost you. I don't know. My sound went out. I couldn't hear you. What was the question?
Thank you. All right.
Do you have an objection to the mayor providing a letter acknowledging or supporting the fact that the city could likely have projects under the legislation?
Oh, no.
Thank you very
Not at all.
much. Thank you. All right. And that would be it. Mr. Lawless.
Other than wanted to wish Donnie Moore a happy birthday last week.
Happy birthday last week.
Happy birthday!
All right. Oh, all right, thumbs up.
25 again.
Okay. Council
I'm
members,
over
I want to thank everybody for hanging in there with this council meeting. It is 11:21. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.